All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a very, very early Fortnite Battle Royale live stream. The new map update has officially dropped, ladies and gentlemen. We are downloading it right now, less than 10% away from actually having this download. Let me make sure I don't hope the music isn't too loud. Shouldn't be too bad. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day already. We got Daxify, Jack, Ben, World War II News, Derek. Welcome to the stream. This is a really early live stream. This may be the earliest that I've ever started the stream before. Maybe in my entire YouTube career. Maybe. What's up, Leaner? How you doing today, man? Ben Henderson. I watched your stream yesterday. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. Yeah, we are very, very early right now. What's up, Landon? What's up, Caesar? Welcome to the stream, man. All right, so it appears as though the update has been downloaded, but we still cannot get online to play. The update did literally just finish downloading. It's on. It's in my launcher. Let me try to go ahead and restart my launcher. Maybe that'll help. What's up, Blowjob Joe? How you doing today, Jack? Welcome to the stream. This is a better time for you, HD Forever. Hey, that's dope, dude. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to stop by. What's up, Liama Beans? What's up, Horseman and Matthias? What's up, Matt Grossman? Your Xbox One isn't working either? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So they said on Twitter. that I'm pretty sure the update. Yeah, so they said the Fortnite update is live, and we don't know exactly how long everything's going to be down for, but I already have it downloaded. So the good news is the update is downloaded. It's on my computer. We're literally ready to go. Jacob Stubbins just came in with a £1. I seriously appreciate that, man. Can we get a Jacob spam in the chat, guys? I'd appreciate it. We have to wait 4 hours for the servers? Is it really 4 hours? No way. No way it's 4 hours. How long are we waiting, do you guys think? Time to start planning. How long? Do we know how long? I don't know if we know how long. Yo, what's good, Astonishing Airsoft? How you doing today, man? I'm just gonna look through my timeline and see if anybody's actually said anything. I don't know. Maybe I should just wait to go live until the update is actually live. But then the other part of me is like, nah, Henis, just play the goddamn game. But we can't even play the goddamn game because the goddamn game can't even be open. The servers are offline. I wish they gave us like an exact time as to when the servers were gonna be online today, you know? But unfortunately, they don't do that. Matt Grossman, I'm doing pretty great, man. Yours is installed? Yeah, mine's installed too. What's up, Ninja? How you doing today, bud? Where are the notifications here? Jacob Stubbs with another £2. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, brother, for that support. Excuse me. I appreciate that, man. Update is live. You can play now. Hey, look. Hey, look. That's my stream. What's up, Leo? Welcome to the stream, my man. All right, maybe if we try I'm gonna try verifying the install. Maybe that'll actually do it for us. Maddie NF raid? No, there's no way Maddie's raiding us right now. Yo, how you doing today, Callum? Welcome to the stream, buddy. All right, we're gonna download this right now. What's up, Haley Johnson? Welcome to the stream. Play zombies? I don't want to play zombies right now. I mean, we could play zombies, but that's what I thought. Start the stream. Nerd, listen, Wake. Wake, do you have any idea how early it is? Do you have any idea? It's like 7 a.m. Nah, I know. It's like 7:27 in the morning for me. I don't know. Maybe I went live too early. We'll see. Hey, yo, what's good, Jack? How you doing today, buddy? I didn't get YouTube notifications, but I got your Twitch notification, and that's why I'm here. Okay, interesting. What's up, Edwin? It's only 12 p.m. It's 12 p.m. for you, Wake? Wake. It's 6:30 for you, Go Easy? Yeah. It's early for some people. Time zones. It's going to launch at 12 for you guys? It's 12:30 for you guys, so it's perfect. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, all of you guys over in the EU. You like the streams? I appreciate that. Nico, thank you.
You're
Jacob
the
Stubbins.
best.
Jacob Stubbins, you're the best, man. You're dropping a £10 donation, brother. What are you doing to me, man? Hold on, guys. Give me a quick second. Hold on. Let me try to retest that donation. Okay, so it's popping up there. It just doesn't pop up on the Fortnite one. Alright, so that's great. Let me just try removing it then, and then we'll try re-adding it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Copy. This is the donation super chat alert. Remove. Add. Browser source. Donation super chat alert. Alright, let me try that again. There we go. Just had to re-add it. That's what we like to see, boys. Did that seem really big for some reason? Wait, hold on. I gotta test that again. Jacob, you're gonna have your donation shouted out a couple times here. Yeah, that is a little bit big. Wait a minute. Is it? Ah, I keep screwing it up, man. All right, hold on. Stay up there for a little bit. All right, so that kind of gives me an idea of where it should be placed. I think that's actually like perfect. It's actually a little bit smaller on the Fortnite one, but that makes more sense. That's fine. That's all Gucci. All right, guys, what we're doing right now, we're just verifying the install, making sure we got all the files for Fortnite ready to go, so that when this update does drop, we can just kind of go in and start slaying. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What's up? Yo, it's Collision. How you doing today, man? Stop the scenes. I'm sorry. We're stopped now. Actually, now we're stopped. Are you really live at 6:30 where I am? What about you? It's 7:30 where I am, my good sir. It is 7:30 in the morning, and I'm usually not live this early. I can tell you guys that much. But you guys know the new update is going to be dropping here very, very soon, and I want to make sure I was live. I want to make sure I was live for you guys. So the update is out. It's the servers that are down for maintenance, right? Yeah, the update is out of the servers. Wait a minute, Unbeaten Ninja. I've seen you before. I've either seen you on Twitter or something. Do you have hashtag KarnageRC in your Twitter bio? I feel like I've definitely seen you before. Let me check. Yeah, you do. Hashtag Carnage Unbeaten. Yeah. I see you, bro. I see you. I see you. It drops in over an hour, Henis. Collision, stop. You don't lie to me like that. Jacob Steppins, thank you very much for the $1.69. I appreciate that. Guys, look at me. It's the last thing in the feed. Oh my god, look. Oh, yo, wait, what did you drop a like on? That looks like a really cool stream. I'm gonna go check that. I'm gonna go check this out. What is this? What is this stream? I'm dropping a like on my own stream. Guys, I'm sorry. It's early, all right? I'm a little tired. And we're all having a little... Oh, look at that. We're watching our own stream. Yeah, Inception. Is it out tomorrow, Callum? It's out now? Yeah, no, it should be. It's out now, guys. It's definitely not out tomorrow. Hi, Daddy. Can you do another vlog? Maybe. I'm just going to go through and respond to DMs, guys. That's what I'm going to do right now. I'm literally scrolling through Twitter. Think about that. Henis, I'll let you know PS4 servers are up once it downloads for me. Yeah, I'm verifying the servers right now. It's going to change this little server message to offline. My guess is that what I'm going to do right now, guys, so I have post notifications turned on for the Fortnite Twitter, and I actually advise you guys do that too if you haven't already. That way you guys will know literally exactly when the servers go live, because they'll tweet out right when the servers go live. They may actually be a little bit late in comparison to when the servers are actually going to go live. That's what I meant. The servers are down. Yeah, the servers are down, exactly. Yo, Deluxe Plays, what's up, man? Yo, is that Deluxe? Is that the Deluxe I know? Like the Deluxe? When's it coming out? Hopefully it should be coming out very soon. So it's been almost an hour since they were down for downtime. I don't know if that means it's going to be out very, very soon, or if we have to wait a lot longer. We don't really know. You know, it's sort of a little up in the air at this point. Like this for no reason because you love me. I wonder who's streaming. I'm watching. You guys can just tweet at me and anything will pop up on Scream. On Scream Stream. Yeah, this is your second account? Alright, yeah. Gotcha. This is going to be so much fun. I'm guessing the soccer thing is going to be the waiting room. Oh, you think so? The soccer court? I don't think so. I think they're going to keep the same. I know what you're talking about, though. They did update the... Where do they put that? Yeah, it was in here somewhere. Yeah, they put this... First of all, they put the soccer ball in the title. In their like caption here for the video. I don't know why they did that. But then you guys will also notice they include the soccer field, like a quick glimpse of it right here. I didn't know that, by the way, when you kick the soccer ball into the goal, that it actually counts. Like it actually little sparkles go out, little bit of confetti. That's actually pretty dope. So when do I have to verify again? I don't think you guys have to verify. I'm just verifying for the sake of verifying. What was I going to go do right now? Have you guys seen, you guys have most likely seen the actual update video. Hold on. Yeah, so it still says servers are offline for me. I'm going to go ahead and go online now. Hold on, chat. While we're waiting for that, we got about 30 seconds. Let's go ahead and watch this new intro, get ourselves a little bit hyped right now.
You're the best poop.
Wait, what? 1 second, Jacob. Yo. Yo, Dugan, I love you, man. I absolutely love you, dude. Yo, let's get an HJ Dugan spam in the chat. 1K viewer hype, you sexy beast. Yo, maybe one day, man. Maybe one day. All right, did we go online? Nah. Wait, so we couldn't connect you to Epic Games while you are offline. Friends in chat will be unavailable. We can reconnect you. You may have to sign out and log in to play games or access your friends list. Got it. Got it. Maybe maybe today it's happening. Maybe, man. Maybe. I mean, hey, we have to go pretty hardcore. If you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying. All right, so people are still tweeting me while I'm live, so that's actually pretty funny. Yo, thank you very much to everybody who's sharing the stream. I really appreciate that, guys. You guys are dope. But it must be like 5 a.m. there. It's 7:30 in the morning for me. Yeah. What's up, Riley? Just followed you on Twitter. Hey, I appreciate that, Void. Thank you, man. But yo, Jacob Stebbins donates £2 and says you're the best poop. I always love how it reads out the emojis. I love that. That's honestly great. Can you do any voices like Kermit, Elmo, or anything? Not really. I wish I was cool at doing impressions. That'd be so sick. Imagine if you could literally imagine.
JK.
I feel like that's an instant, like, I don't know, are girls into that sort of thing? Somebody go ask a girl if they're into somebody who can do impressions. I don't know. And if it doesn't work on the girl, it works on me. Hey, you'll impress me. You can take me home, you know what I'm saying? I tweeted out your stream. Hey, I appreciate that, Astonishing Airsoft. Thank you, man. So yeah, I guess we're having trouble connecting you to Epic Games. Please check your internet connection. Well, I can assure you that we are not offline right now because we are live streaming. What's up, Henis? What's good, Colin? How you doing today, man? What are the specs for Fortnite? What do you mean? What are the specs for so there's a minimum requirement for what you have to have in order to be able to run Fortnite on your computer. Fortnite, luckily for a lot of people, is actually like not very demanding at all. Please play more Hand Simulator. You know, honestly, we could just go play some more Hand Simulator right now while we wait. It says Fortnite servers are going through maintenance. Please try again. Yeah. So this go online thing's about to reset. Yeah, and it's just not going to work. I'm going to try to restart the launcher maybe. This will be the last thing we'll try. And then I guess we'll go ahead and play some Hand Simulator. And just try to be a master at that, I guess. We won't really have another option at this point. I just accidentally launched Origin. That's disgusting. You guys are just going to have to let me know when the update's out. What's poppin', Lulu? My dog's just chilling in here with me, having a good time. All right, let me actually switch over to this screen right here. Just quickly while we're waiting. Henis, why you don't like my tweet? I didn't even see your tweet, man. I didn't even see your tweet. Solution. Origin has stopped working? Yeah. I'm so close to... Service will be offline for 1 to 2 more hours. GG. That's definitely not true. No, he's lying, guys. He's lying. Solution doesn't know what he's talking about. We can't take anything Solution says anymore as fact because he unsponsored the channel. So I'm just messing with you. I'm honestly just messing with you. What's up, Charles? What's up, Argismo? Welcome to the stream. All right, so do you guys want to play some Hand Simulator? Or, I mean, what else could we possibly play right now? We could play some H1Z1. I really don't want to play H1Z1, though. I'm actually not lying. Hey, yo, what's up, Kaylor? Welcome to the stream. Kaylor, do you know when the update comes out? Because my chat's lying to me. And they're saying it's going to come out in like 1 to 2 hours is when the servers go back online. So I'm not looking to sit here for another 1 to 2 hours. Like, how am I going to entertain 200 people sitting here literally doing absolutely nothing? Honestly, guys, if we have to pull up Hand Simulator, I think that's what we're going to have to do. Do custom zombies, guys. I don't want to do custom zombies right now. I'm being honest with you. I just don't. I don't feel like custom zombies would be enjoyable right now. First of all, hold on a second. Something's going on here. Do World War II? I actually have not loaded up World War II in a very, very long time. What am I looking for? Restart this. Did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. How do I fix that? I just quit Windows Explorer, guys.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How
Not my proudest moment. Yo, Unbeaten Ninja, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor, bro. I appreciate that, my man. Yo, can we get an unbeaten spam in the chat, guys? I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, my man. For real, for real. You are my... I don't even know what sponsor number that is. Hey, do any of you guys know how to launch Explorer back up? Hold on, guys. I think I actually just screwed my computer up. Hold on.
Dance.
Jacob Stubbins donates 2 pounds and says dance. I don't really want to do that, man. Are servers up? No, the servers are not up right now. They're back up in about 30 to 60 minutes. I guess we could just chill for 30 to 60 minutes, maybe play some hand simulator, I guess. So open the start menu. Well, I can't do that right now. Dude, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God we did it. Oh, thank the Lord. 30 to 60? All right. 30 to 60 minutes. I guess we're going to wait 30 to 60 minutes then. That's great. That's really, really great. Okay. I guess we really don't have an option then, do we? What's up, hey pal? How you doing today? How many dabs can you do in 60 minutes? Dude, I could pull a Mr. Beast and just dab. Well, dab like 100,000 times. All right, everybody, let's get started. What? No, I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do one. It's not happening. Hey, bro, it's not working for you either. Yeah, the servers are just down right now, guys. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Dude, I don't understand why my taskbar is still popping up. Why my taskbar stays on top of everything. What's up, Hype Owl? How you doing today, man? Is Fortnite on all platforms? Yes, it is. It is, my dude. Do the cow milking? Guys, we've milked a cow so many... Actually, you know what we need to do? You know what we need to do? I guarantee... Hold on. I know exactly what we're going to do. Multiplayer. There's 282 people playing Hand Simulator right now. 281. What are these? Are these modes? Oh, these must be modes. Chess and checkers. Chess and checkers? No way. No way you can... Oh, only 11 people in the US. Well, let's connect to the EU then. Do Afghanistan? I kind of wanted to do chess and checkers, man. Maybe something not as... Enter a name. Henis. Check it. Chess and checkers is the best. Let's give it a shot, man. Let's give it a shot. See what it's all about. Hey, what's up, Max Hep? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. Winner is the last survivor. Gotcha. Okay. This doesn't seem right at all. Whoa. Got a strong hand there. Alright, just pick it up. Do we have it? No, we do not. How do I reset? Reset. Okay, we can't reset. Alright, grip. Oh, I'm pulling the trigger already. No, don't point it towards yourself. Oh, God. Stop it. Stop it. I don't have enough control over this thing. Oh, shoot. There's a dude right there. Yo, is he struggling too? Oh, there's a dude over there. Oh! Hand down. Hand down. Whoa! What? No, no, no. That's my weapon. That's my weapon. Bro, what is happening to my gun? Look at it. No. Come back. Yep, here we go. Oh. Okay, why am I wearing sandals, man? I'm out here about to get shot. I'm just at morning stroll, you know. F1. Mouse wheel, hand rotation, look mode, voice chat. I don't know. I just have to leave. I think I gotta leave and restart. Okay. We're gonna try Afghanistan one more time, guys. EU. What should our name be? Henis, love your streams. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. What's up, Evan? I'm gonna name myself Evan. Evan, this one's for you, man. I'll try not to get you killed. Not found? Henis. Wait, what do you mean not found? Oh, there we go. Got it. The winner is the last survivor. Alright, this dude's over here. Looks like he's going to be struggling as much as I am. Hand down. Actually, you know what? We probably want to grab the weapon. Alright. Wait a minute. No. This is just how we wait for new Fortnite updates, guys. I'm losing my mind? Only a little bit, guys. No! Come on. Just firmly... Oh, I think we got it. We don't have it. Pick it up by the stock. I'm gonna tip it. Yo, Jacob Stubbins with the 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, brother. I don't really know. Better way to do this right now. Tilt the handle? Dude, my dog's wondering what the hell's going on. You can see her tail wagging in the background. Is this simulator again? No. No. It's not. Ah! Screw violence, man. I'm all about the peace. What's up, dude? Oh, wait. Everybody else left. Tell me how to earn coins. Hype, you earn coins simply by watching the stream, brother. Load the clip first. I can't load the clip while it's just laying there. Right? Henis. Good morning, Peeps. What's up, hacking you for real? How you doing today, my man? What's up, man? I love the way people look third person. What happens? Do we press the button? Do we press the button, chat? Oh! Okay, you guys are saying load the magazines first. Spread out. Spread out. And hand down. Clear all this stuff out of the way. Yeah, we don't even need that magazine. We're only going to need one to take out 47 people. Just clear. Clear it out. Clear it out. There we go. Okay, we got one mag left. Now just grab it like so. Whoa, whoa, hey, ho. Hold on there, soldier. See, guys, I'm going off of only what I've seen in video games. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Alright, here we go. I guess it started again. This isn't even Fortnite? You're right, man. That's good. That's good deductive, that's good that you noticed that. Okay. I just flipped the gun over, man. Only Henis would flip the gun over, dude. How do we get it back? Okay. Just flip it back over. Oh, flawless. Okay. Back over to this end. Wrist up. And grab the magazine. And... Wait, that guy actually knows what he's doing? That dude actually got a kill. I'm thoroughly impressed. I wondered why my screen froze. Hi. How are you? Clickbait, but it's Henis, so whatever. I don't really know if I would call it clickbait, you know what I'm saying? Just because, you know, the servers are down. Let's do a raid. I don't know if I want to do a raid right now, man. I could just take a nap right now. It's probably what I want to do. What is this? Dino, this is Fortnite, man. What are you talking about? I got my butt kicked. I did indeed, good sir. I did indeed. All right, you know what? I actually have not legitimately loaded up World War II. Actually, do we want to do World War II or Black Ops 3 multiplayer? What are you guys thinking? Or Black Ops 2? Oh, I want to do... Or Modern Warfare 3? Modern Warfare 3 or Black Ops 2? What do you guys think? MW3 or Black Ops 2 or BO2? What are you guys thinking? Out of those two games, BO2 or MW3? Not Fortnite, lol. What I was saying. BO2. Let's go old school. Yeah, we're going to go old school. Henis, have a good stream. Yo, unbeaten. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that, brother. Definitely more BO2s in the chat. All right, BO2s. Or do BO2 multiplayer then. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Allow access. Hold on, wait a second. Huh? Why you do this? What do you mean, why do I do this, man? Here we go. Is it loading up? I think it's playing. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Black Ops 2, baby. Woo! Do gun game? Well, here's the thing, guys. We're going to be playing on the PC. So I don't know exactly how easy it's going to be to find a lobby. I will have you guys know that I am indeed Prestige Master. Can you guys hear the game all right, though? I feel like the audio is really quiet. That's just the music, I guess. Core TDM. Let's get it. LOL BO2. I saw Fortnite Hand Simulator happen. Yeah, sorry about that, man. We're not seriously out here trying to clickbait you. What do you need? She just wants to leave the room, man. I'm just going to open up. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing? How we all doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Hijack, search, and destroy? Hell no, dude. I'm looking at pub stomp. What the hell is this? All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let my dog out the room real quick. Hardcore capture the flag? You gotta be kidding me, man.
Henis, you are the GOAT. Hit me with the
Hardcore
wrench.
capture the flag? Alright, keep in mind, guys. Yep. Wait a minute. These are tryhards. I don't want to do so. I need to just warm up, man. I literally haven't played COD in a long time, right? We need to lower our ping, first of all. You probably won't even be able to find the lobby now. Shoot. We can barely hear people? Really? Why is it so quiet? That doesn't make any sense why it would be that quiet. Hold on. We'll go up to 120. We got back in the exact same lobby. Come on! Nap releases in 15 minutes? Alright, so we got time for, like, a game.
Hardcore capture the flag. Secure the objective.
Yeah, see, look at this, guys. We're literally, this is literally like a 6-man tryhard team of spawn trappers. That's just, yeah, this is, I can't go that way. How about just a regular TDM? Shall we? This will actually be good. This will help me warm up for Fortnite. What's my favorite Call of Duty ever? Probably Black Ops 3, in all honesty. Black Ops 3. Are you gonna play Fortnite soon? Yeah, I do plan on playing Fortnite soon. Once the servers come back online, guys, absolutely. What's up, Jet?
Hello.
Yo, Riley's Gaming Network. He says, Henis, you were the GOAT. Hit me with the wrench. Yo, Riley Gaming's Network. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for any new mods right now, but I do appreciate your donation very, very much. Wait a minute. Why do I have DLC downloaded for this game? No wonder I can't find a lobby. Here we go. Headquarters. Whew. Look at all these guys, man. All these have to be stat resets. But I'm still top of the leaderboard. Yeet. The servers are up. Are they really? I swear, chat, if you're bamboozling me right now, I don't like to be bamboozled. Never say yeet again. Wake, don't tell me what to do, okay? Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, servers are not online, guys. Sorry to BOst your bubbles.
Headquarters. Secure the
Alright, let's get this. Servers are up? Really?
HQ identified.
Oh, there's a guy over there. Whoa, okay. We go with this class setup. MSMC. Damn, you got some issues? I don't have any issues, man. What you talking about? Wow, I just got lasered. Yeah, you want me to tweet you a photo? Is it really? Do I just have to restart the launcher, maybe? If the update's live, I want to play the update for sure. I'm just getting pub stomped out here, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Try hard class, dude. Absolutely. Not online for me, man. Servers are not up. Fortnite is not currently available for play. Stop clickbaiting me, chat. Jesus. Get back in the game. Thank you. No news on the Fortnite Twitter? Nah, I don't think so. I have notifications on for them, though. So as soon as they tweet out, we should be good. Hijack TDM. Restart the launcher? Yeah, we restarted the launcher.
Team deathmatch.
Alright, this literally just started. This guy's got H3 in his clan tag? Hell yeah.
Control.
We're actually already getting hit with EMPs in 2017. Or this is 2018. Wow, he's weak. Sick aim, Henis. Sick aim, dude. Oh, what the hell are you doing? Okay, we're good.
Friendly UAV inbound.
You go over there, teammate. I'm not going that way. No way in hell. Oh god, your aim. I know, Dino. I'm sorry, man. Okay, you guys, all you teammates go up there. All right. We're definitely about to get pushed, 100%. There's a guy up in that corner right there, I'm pretty sure. Wow.
UAV on standby.
Yeah, dude, I do not feel limbo on this right now.
Inbound.
I do not feel... Like, I feel like I still got a lot of warming up to do. All right, man, I'll let you go through first. Always happens. I don't really know why I'm wasting ammo right now.
That's another kill.
How do I earn coins if I subbed? You earn coins simply by watching the stream, man. Why is this not Fortnite? Guys, we're waiting for the Fortnite update, man. We're just playing some COD. There was a guy right there. He's about to push in. He's gonna push in, teammate. I warned you, dude. I tried to warn you, man. I'm sorry. Not really much else I can do for you at that point. I like the stock on this, though, a lot. Ooh, yeah, aim definitely feels a little trash right now.
UAV awaiting orders.
Okay, well, I'm not playing the worst I've ever played in my entire life.
Get moving.
Counter UAV awaiting orders. Counter
Where'd that guy go?
UAV inbound.
How do I use your how do you use coins? You can use coins to enter into the monthly giveaways that I do, my man. Everybody and their mother's underground right now. There's actually some guys upstairs too, I'm pretty sure. What kind of a sight is that? fully turned on, my dude. Wait, are we close to a VSAT? Oh, we got a VSAT, baby. Let's get it. Yo, I haven't gotten a VSAT in this game in like 17 trillion years. That feels good. That feels good. All right, we're definitely warming up now. We're definitely warming up. Whoa. Whoa. Let's get some VSAT hype in the chat. What up, my dude?
Shooter down.
UAV inbound.
Stand by.
UAV on standby.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Teammate, you feel free to move whenever you want, my man.
Counter UAV on standby.
Whoa.
Enemy down. Hostile grenade.
Woo! All right, we warmed up there a little bit. We got going. 26-2. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Threat neutralized.
You guys see that lag there, though? Holy crap. Where you have 140 ping?
Henis,
This game-
pollas de mierda.
What do you say? This game, so many memories, such as fact tennis. Haha, yeah, man. Those are the days, dude. The days, man. Did we just get called a hacker? What did he say? Dino, do you know what he said? He said something non-English. That's all I know. Definitely vote random. You should be out now. I had notifications on for the Fortnite Twitter, guys, so as soon as it drops. No ETA when the servers will return, but we're working to get it back, to get you back into the game as soon as possible. They tweeted that out 1 minute ago, guys. 1 minute ago, they tweeted that out. All right, so we still got a little bit of time. What's up, Lispand? How you doing today? Hi, Henis knows me. What's up, Sylvia? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Refno Haven? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're just chilling. We're just chilling, playing some COD, guys. We don't really know exactly when the new update's gonna be dropping, but we're just gonna chill here for a little bit. Have some fun, play some COD. You know what I'm saying? He was speaking Russian. He said something about you being a scumbag hacker. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. This is the guy right here. Time played, only 3 days. Guarantee we're going to go to this guy's Steam profile. Is a stat reset. Oh, no, maybe not. Come on. I spoke too soon. Search and destroy? S&D, man. I haven't played S&D in like... No wonder we were melting kids, though. That kind of makes sense now because we had the worst connection possible. I'm gonna rock with the Vector, dude. I haven't rocked with the Vector in so long. What's up, Sergeo? How you doing today, man?
Destroy the objective.
Epic Games works hard. Yeah, they do work hard, man. They know what they're doing.
Charges acquired.
I have faith. Okay, guy in their garage. Can't tell if there's a guy up there or not. Why is there no kill cam? Wait, is this hardcore? Oh, no wonder he melted me, bro. This is hardcore search and destroy. Gotcha. Nice Fortnite gameplay. The update is now you melt. Wait, what? This is the only guy left up. See, this is why I don't like search and destroy, man. I don't like search and destroy. It's too slow pace. It's not what I need. I need instant respawn, instant action. Hey, what's up, Arnenda? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Demiak? This is already the Fortnite update, just new graphics? Yeah, exactly, man. This is... What are you guys talking about? This is Fortnite. Anytime somebody comes to the stream, you guys just say, what? You don't see Fortnite? Henis, where do I enter the giveaway? The giveaways don't happen until the end of every single month, guys. So you're earning coins right now that you can then use at the end of the month once the giveaway actually starts and we announce it. And it happens at the end of every single month, and it happens in the live stream. What's Nukejacked? It's a 24/7 playlist of just Nuketown and Hijacked. Hardcore, core or hardcore. Any game mode. It's pretty sick. Sick Fortnite, bro? Yo, thank you, Owen. Appreciate it, my man.
Lightning strike coordinates received.
Yeah. Wow. We are actually getting demolished. Okay.
Secure the objective.
What's up, bud?
UAV inbound.
Wow. Okay. It's me again. Yo, what's up, JV? How you doing today, bud man? Welcome to the stream. Whoa. They still laying down over there? No, I think we got him. Yeah, we got him. They're dead.
Attack reload.
Can't see a ding-dong flipping thing, man. God gosh, this Mr. Green guy is just melting. Love your videos. Appreciate that, Corey. Thank you, my man. Oh, it's headquarters, dude. And our team literally hasn't done a single thing. Oh, wow. You just got absolutely demolished. Is this the last guy left alive? This is it.
Down and clear.
Ooh. He's playing very tactically right now. I respect that. Ooh, just got melted. What's up, Razor Slaves? Hey, Nathan, man. Yo, what's up, Magic Reborn?
Headquarters identified.
Drop them.
Ah, shoot, dude. What's my favorite weapon in Fortnite? Definitely the sniper, man. Bolt action sniper, without a doubt. Love the videos. Thank you, Oompa. Appreciate that, my man.
Get moving. Gun down. Stand by. Down and clear.
I gotta concentrate. What's up, Zero? How you doing today, my man?
He's gone.
Wait, did I just kill him?
UAV awaiting orders. Friendly counter UAV inbound. UAV inbound.
Down and clear.
On what planet do we get that kill?
Changing.
Nope. No, 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 no. I can't run. I can't run. I can't run. I can't run. I was crouched, dude. Where's Fortnite? We're just waiting for the update to drop, my man.
Get moving. Enemy down.
Whoa.
Eyes on target. Another kill.
Ah, we just gotta get our aim back, man. What's up, Ferrer? Why am I not waiting in Fortnite? There's a queue? I don't think there is a queue, man. The servers aren't even on right now. Oh, God.
On your feet.
Hostile lightning strike inbound.
What the hell, man? This is crazy. What's up, Drake? First time you're live stream. I love it. Hey, thank you, Allah. I appreciate that, my man. Ooh. Yeah, we are literally melting, kids, I'm pretty sure, because of our ping. Yeah, we got 120 ping. No wonder. We have a serious connection advantage right now.
Reloading.
Like, I just spammed us. You should do that aim clicker thing. I don't think that would really help out too much, man.
Dry.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, all of you are bagging me.
Down and clear. On your feet. Got out.
Oh, that would have been so sick. When does the update drop? Hopefully very, very soon, man. Hopefully very, very soon. We're guessing in like the next 30 to 60 minutes, roughly. That's just us guessing. Whoa, Henis. What the hell?
UAV on standby. UAV inbound. Counter UAV awaiting orders.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
you got no skill, boy.
Laying down right there.
Secured.
Sniper down.
Okay, almost got a few set of my own.
Hostile with
Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside.
That's confirmed.
No! Ah.
On standby.
What's up, Razor?
Be advised. Hostile.
Has using the XMC? Ah, dude, it's the MSMC, my man. Even better.
Advised. Hostiles have destroyed the headquarters.
He's gone.
Headquarters located.
God, my aim just feels awful right now, dude.
Down and clear.
Your actual face Henis? Nah, dude, I wish.
Sticky going out. Coaching out.
UAV on standby. Counter UAV on standby.
Thread neutral.
HQ online. Counter UAV inbound. UAV inbound.
On your feet.
We got another VSAT though, man. What's up, Tommy Ruiz? How you doing today, my man? Bro, I forgot how much fun this game is, man. Ooh. Shoot. My Fortnite game is updating right now. Yeah, Pink, I already downloaded the update. Like, I already have the update downloaded on my computer. We just gotta wait till we can actually play it. Ah, he threw a nade. Are you kidding me? The title is actually the gameplay? What do you mean, like new map?
Hostiles have captured the headquarters.
Oh, that guy's back there.
UAV above.
Connection just feels insane right now.
On your feet.
Where are these guys? Oh, they're all upstairs? You got the VSAT? I know. We got like 3 VSATs in that game or something like that.
Failed. Bringing you home.
That was fun, dude. I forget how much fun this game is.
C'est devenu la reine des putes.
RIP in the chat. Oh, man. The servers are up. I don't think the servers are up, man. I don't think so. We gotta wait a little bit longer. New name phase Henis? I wish. I wish. Demonetized RIP? Yeah, demonetized. RIP. Rest in pieces. What will be my next giveaway? At the end of every single month, when we usually do like the same sort of giveaway, so we'll give away some gift cards, we'll give away some merch, GFuel will give away COD point. No, we're gonna be giving away V-Bucks this time around. We're gonna be giving away V-Bucks for this month's giveaway. It's gonna be dope. Free for all. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I'm ready. What's the lowest coin purchase? I think it's subscribe to a YouTube channel, man. I think it's a YouTube channel sub. How many people are playing BO2 on the PC right now? I have no idea, man. It's not a whole lot, though.
Free for all.
I'm gonna use this. Haven't used this in a while. How do you pick the winners? The bot picks the winners, my man. Been a while since I've used this. Don't have fast mag on it either. Wow. Okay, maybe this isn't the right weapon to use in a close quarters engagement. That guy is mad. Shoot, yeah, we're gonna change class setups. Let's try running the AN. That guy literally spawned right there. Guarantee it. Watch this. Oh no, he just came around the corner there. He's sitting in the corner. Is that guy actually tossing C4? Oh my.
UAV on standby.
They both just spawned right there. How do you earn coins? Simply by watching the stream, brother. Dude, this guy's actually running around knifing, man. You can't make this up, bruh. Ah. What's up, Pink Potato? What? Where is that guy? My lord. Playing BO2 on the PC? Yeah. Nothing but tryhards. Then again, we're tryharding too, though, so you kind of need to in a way, you know what I'm saying?
Hostile warlord deployed.
Dude. Like, hello?
Hostile lightning strike inbound.
Ah, you suck. Oh, no, I suck. I don't think the servers aren't back online yet, guys. We will know when the servers are back up. This guy's about to win. Damn. Were we final kill? Yeah, we were. What's up, Exo? Exo says he's trying to help out here. Wait, what did you say, man? What'd you say? Just check the goddamn official Fortnite Discord for update status of the Fortnite servers. I didn't even know they had an official Discord. I did not even know. They're saying it'll take a couple hours for the servers to come back? For real? Hey, what's up, dude deputy? How you doing today, man? Says it'll take a couple hours? Damn, alright, Exo. Like, I appreciate the help, man, but sheesh. Lashing out at me over here. I'm in the middle of playing a game and you're like, do you even read my messages? It's like, dude, chill. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the help. I do. Henis, PUBG or Fortnite? In my opinion, Fortnite? Yeah, definitely, man. In my opinion, I agree, Fortnite. Agreed, my good sir. Agreed. Want me to send you a Discord link? Yeah, actually, if there's an official Discord for Fortnite, would you mind? Yeah, would you mind linking it to me? Actually, you know what? I can probably find it. If it's their official one, I can probably find it right on their website. Oh, man. All right, we're going to play this hardpoint match, guys. Oh, I should have changed my streaks. I kind of want to do stuff that's non-lethal. What's up, Wyatt Fields? Hey, today, Nawash Ninja. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Tycho?
Hardpoint.
Hardpoint. Play Hand Simulator. It's the perfect waiting game. Bro, that game gets way too boring way too quickly. That's my only problem with it.
Hardpoint identified. We've taken the advantage. He's gone.
The silenced Scar, man. It's too amazing. And there's just guys literally just LMG spraying down there.
UAV awaiting orders. Counter UAV inbound. UAV
Guys upstairs. Holy crap, there's a lot of them too.
friendly UAV inbound. Counter UAV awaiting orders.
Oh god.
Friendly counter UAV inbound.
Nope. Ah! Wow, we just got really lucky.
Hardpoint is ours. Orbital VSAT on standby.
Oh, you got a VSAT?
Friendly orbital VSAT online.
No! I was reloading, man. You gotta be kidding me. We were 10-0. God damn it, man.
Hardpoint lockdown. Hardpoint contested.
We were reloading, my man. Oh, God.
Lightning strike coordinates received inbound.
He just got demolished.
On your feet. Dropped him.
Oh, God, thank you.
UAV on standby.
Shoot.
Lightning strike coordinates received inbound.
What's good, Wake? 1v1 me in BO3? Dude, it'd be such a change right now to go to BO3 from this. It'd be crazy. Wait, where did that snipe come from? Oh, God, right there. Ha, found him.
Hardpoint contested.
He's right there. Teammates are staring right at him.
Lightning strike coordinates received.
Hey, ProHenis, can I get a shout out? Yo, Kendall, shout out to you. How you doing today?
Hunter killer drone deployed.
Was there a guy that just ran back here? I think there was. Yeah, unless my teammate got him. Hopefully my teammate got him.
Hardpoint identified.
Ah, shoot.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Be advised, hostile lightning strike inbound. That's a kill. Reload.
Henis has aimbot? No, I definitely don't have aimbot, man. I'm sorry. Well, that's a teammate.
Get moving. Hardpoint is ours.
Oof.
Hardpoint
Really wish this was hardcore right now. Ooh.
be advised, hostile UAV incoming. UAV on standby. UAV inbound.
I don't know where any of these guys are.
UAV on standby.
Well, there's another guy over there. He's got a sniper.
Hardpoint is ours.
He's got a sniper. Oh. No, I'm dead.
Orbital VSAT awaiting orders.
Okay, with the 17 trillion weapons that are down here, let's pick up one of them.
VSAT online.
This doesn't have stock on it. Are you serious? And we just get melted. RIP Henis' teammate. Who's my idol? My idol for YouTube, man, is probably Syndicate Project. Has to be Syndicate, my man. Syndicate was the original guy who inspired me to start making YouTube videos. And if it wasn't for him, I would never have started YouTube. He is the man. Ah, shoot. Shoot, way too many people. What's up, Darren Hudson? Wow, BO3? Nah, man, this is BO2. What you talking about? What you talking about? Wow.
Hi.
Yo, Jacob Stubbins donates £2 and says, hi, Jacob. You're way too nice to me, man. I'm just chilling here playing some Black Ops 2, bro. Thank you so much for the dono. I really do appreciate it, my man. We get a Jacob spam in the chat, though. I'd really appreciate it. Oh, God. This guy's everywhere. What's up, Joshua Lucas, best YouTuber? I appreciate that, Cole. Thank you, my man. Yeah, I think today's gonna be a long day of streaming for sure, for sure. Oh wait, is that an enemy AGR? I think that's an enemy AGR that was back there. I hate getting hit with EMPs, man. The most annoying thing in this game ever. What's up, Slaughter Bob? Oh wait a minute, it's an enemy. Huh. Ah, no! What the hell, man? Oh God. Okay, all planned. We knew that was gonna happen. What's up, Kathy Bell? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? What's up, Dusty? Yeah, I'm waiting for the update right now, guys. We're just chilling, waiting for the update, playing some Black Ops 2. Oh, dude, that post just saved that kid's life, man. You gotta be joking me. That post absorbed every blow for that kid. This is like Bloom built in, man. It's unbelievable. Wow, the timing for you right there was unbelievable. Imagine getting killed while you have a death machine in hand. Wow, come on, man. Bloom is terrible? Yeah, Bloom is terrible. Hey, yo, what's good, Crucive? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream, brother.
Hostiles have destroyed your UAV.
What you up to? What's good? What's poppin'? Ah, shoot. All down there. Hey, what's up, that random guy? What's up, Bloomy? Got him. What's up, Wyatt Fields? How you doing today, my man? Absolutely melted. I don't know where to go right now. Oh! Yikes, teammate. I need you to move right now. Okay, never mind. Don't move. That's cool, too. What's up, teammate? Yo, what's good? You gotta be kidding me. What's up, Slaughter Lucas? What's my favorite game to play? Fortnite right now, man. We're just waiting for the update to drop. Getting ourselves warmed up and nimble. I really want to throw on some lethal streaks. I haven't run, like, lethal streaks in Black Ops 2 in such a long time, man. That's gonna bring back the memories. We throw on the dogs. Servers are still down? Yeah, servers are still down. I'm gonna need someone trusty to let me know when the servers are actually online, alright? Someone trusty. Because I'm not gonna just believe every willful thing that my chat says. Shoot. Henis, can we duo? I'm gonna be playing solos right off the bat, man. But then after we do some duos, yeah. Or after I do some solos, I'll be down for some duos, absolutely. We'll try to drop a nuclear. That'd be kind of lit right now. Not gonna lie. I hate EMPs in this game, man. They are unbelievable. Part of me really kind of wants like hardcore demolition right now, where the spawns don't flip. On PC, it's literally the most beautiful thing ever. Could not snap onto him. What's up, Gavin Davis? You're watching from school? I appreciate that, man. Henis just wants the lay of the land. Yeah. I want to get the lay of the land at first. See what everything's up. You know? See what's happening. Alright, these spawns are about to flip. Watch this. We're about to predict this. Hell yeah. You see this? See this? Yo, except my teammate's too much of an idiot. Staying right where I am. I'm not going to get any kills.
Shot him out. He's gone. Lightning strike coordinates received.
Oh, oh get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside.
Counter UAV on standby.
Oh, God. That was almost rough. Correction, that was rough. Where was he? Oh, he was right in that corner. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, servers are currently offline, guys, unfortunately. Goddamn. Love your videos. I appreciate that, Zachary. Thank you, man.
Hardpoint identified.
Hey, what's good, Mike? How you doing today, my man?
UAV incoming. Hardpoint contested.
Chill over here. I love BO2, but you have the Xbox. Are the Xbox servers are working? I don't think so, man. I don't think they would throw on just some of the servers and not others. That's not how they've usually behaved in the past.
Friendly care package inbound.
Dude, this Scar just absolutely obliterates. Absolutely obliterates. What's up, Bang Bang? What's up, Ian? What are we close to right now? Are we close to any streaks? I don't think so. 67 and 18. I will take that. At least change the title? Nah, I'm just going to leave the title because I don't want to have to worry about changing the title later. How long is it going to take for the download? I already have the update downloaded, guys. What we're doing right now is just waiting for the servers to come online. The Xbox servers are live. Play it, Daddy. Are the Xbox servers actually live? That would really surprise me if only the Xbox servers were live right now. No, I don't want to film. No. Alright, we're throwing on some lethal streaks. I'm going to throw on K9, Swarm, no, VSAT, Escort K9. Yeah. Love your videos. Thank you so much, Jacob, for another 2-pounder, dude. You're insane. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really, really appreciate that. The update's finished, but the servers for PC at least are currently offline. Yeah, and I don't have an Xbox. I don't have an Xbox, so. What's up, Isaac? How you doing today, man? Somebody said Avery's playing on the Xbox? Is he actually? No, he's playing PUBG. Come on, chat. Come on! Yeah, everybody's just chilling, doing something different right now. Hardpoint, let's get it. When's the update? Hopefully it's gonna be dropping here soon, man. Yeah, he's on PUBG. People are like, guys, look, he's playing Fortnite.
Am I insane?
What? Am I insane? Jacob Stubbins, you are insane, man. Just drops a 10-pounder. Jacob, I seriously appreciate that, brother. Seriously, my man. Yo, can we get Jacob spam in the chat, guys? I would really appreciate it. Show the man some love. How do you get trolled with PUBG? I don't know, man. Somebody said he was on the Xbox, so I figured. Alright, so that's a thing. Our ping right now is so bad.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
I actually can't even begin to mentally grasp.
Be advised, hostile care package inbound.
It's right in the corner, I think, there. Somewhere in there. They're back here.
UAV inbound.
Are they back here or what? Guess not.
Friendly Hellstorm missile
Whoa. I'm trying to play for streaks here, guys. Trying to play for streaks, you know what I'm saying?
hardpoint identified.
Oof.
Friendly light
Has nobody bumped it yet? I'll be the first to bump it. Hell yeah.
counter UAV inbound.
Actually, almost at our VSAT right now, which is sick.
Kill confirmed.
I'm dead. Yep. Saw that one coming. They were all rushing up right there. Ooh. Oh, God. God, that's so stressful, dude. Oh, no, no, no. Getting upstairs. No, he's in the corner. Of course he is, man. You gotta be kidding me. He's right up there, man. He's such a loser, dude. Come on. You're honestly such a loser. Unbelievable. Get the hell out of the corner, man.
We've lost control. Changing. On your feet.
Teammate, get out of the way. His grenade. Oh my God, you deserve that. You deserve that. I hate corner campers. Yeah, for real. He's just camping. I don't know how I just killed 2 people. That's what I'm talking about. Like, this is why it pays in Call of Duty, at least in a lot of the older CODs, to actually have a worse connection. Because you'll actually do better. You have a greater chance of hitting people. The lag comp is just nutty.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. Hardpoint is ours.
Ah, shoot. Oh, wait. Oh, I actually killed him. Okay. There might be some people back here.
ZLAL first super chat.
Whoa. Alright, we're about halfway to our streaks. Halfway to our streaks.
He is a camper.
He is a camper, man, unfortunately.
Hardpoint is ours.
I like the AFK players. I like them. Nope. Oh, God. Teammates move. Thank you. I think we're like 1 kill off.
Orbital VSAT on standby.
Orbital VSAT.
On standby. Friendly escort drone inbound.
There we go. Got our K9. Let's get it, baby. Full streaks, man. Full streaks. Alright, time to have some fun now, man. Time to have some fun. Let's get some streak spam in the chat, guys. Okay, I don't know where these guys are right now. Woo! Nope. Okay. Spawns flip.
UAV inbound.
Oh no, we were on a 15, man. We're on a 15. Feels sad. Feels sad.
Hardpoint is ours.
Hey, what's up, Brock Smith? How you doing today, buddy?
We've taken
Whoa.
the lead.
What's up, dude? Ah, shoot. What's up, Picky? Still says you're playing Fortnite? I know, man. I'm just waiting for the update right now.
Hardpoint identified.
Whoa. Absolutely melted.
Hostiles have captured the hard.
What on earth? Where did that come from? I do not know.
We've lost
PC is down, but Xbox and PS4 are up. Are you serious? Why do they always do the horrible consoles first? I'll never understand that. Teammate. Sick, man. Yo, if you guys are enjoying the Black Ops 2 stream, you're hyped for some Fortnite, make sure you guys go ahead and drop a like. Right now, we're just chilling, waiting for the servers to come back online right now. We already have the update downloaded. We are literally all set and ready to go as soon as the servers come back online. Fortnite hasn't tweeted anything else, so I don't know. Yeah, some people are saying the servers are live for some consoles and not others. That would just really surprise me. Hop on your PS4 and stream it. I don't even have it downloaded on my PS4, guys. I don't like.
hardpoint identified.
Like, look at that. 2 shots right to that guy's head. He's just dead. I love that the RPG isn't as powerful as it used to be.
Hostile care package inbound.
Is that guy down there? What's up, dude?
Hostile UAV above.
Oh my God.
Hardpoint contested.
What's up, teammate?
Be advised, hostile lightning strike.
Oh God. Woo. That was only slightly scary. What's up, Razor? Says Fortnite is up. All right, guys. Right after this game, I'm gonna look. I'll look right after this game. Dude, Jacob Stubbins is gonna single-handedly fund my entire life. Thank you so much, man, for another £2. I really do appreciate that, man. Yo, can we get another Jacob spam in the chat, guys? Show the man some love. I'd really appreciate it. Dude, it's just crazy with the donations.
Hardpoint identified.
Just gotta wait until the servers flip, guys. Or not the servers, the sides. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Here we go. They're gonna flip here in a second.
Hellstorm missile inbound.
Servers are online.
Counter UAV
All right.
inbound.
Ah! All right, I want to get one more set of streaks, guys. Give me a second. I'm sorry I had to debate you like that, man. It's really nothing personal.
Orbital VSAT on standby. Orbital VSAT online. Escort drone on standby. Escort drone inbound.
He just melted me. He just melted me. Alright.
Point locked down.
Part of me just wants to go play Fortnite right now.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Wrecked. Tennis for the win. Yeah, I did get wrecked there, man. 71-13. Yeah, we're just going to leave. We're just going to leave. Alright, guys. Let's go ahead and try to play some Fortnite. If you guys are excited for the Fortnite update, make sure you guys drop a like in the stream right now. I am literally loading up Fortnite, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming online. Alright, we got a 3-minute wait, guys. We got a 3-minute wait. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you drop a like in the stream. Get some hype in the chat. Jacob Stubbins, thank you so much for the £2. And thank you so much for the £1, man. I really, really appreciate that, bro. You're insane. Update is live, baby. Let's go. Jacob is now super poor and Henis is super rich. Nah, I wish. Jacob Stubbins, thank you so much for the £5, man. Dude's insane. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and post about the stream on my Snapchat story. Let's go ahead and get this posted right now. Actually, wait, I know what I'm gonna do. Give me a quick second, guys. Give me a quick second.
Guess who it is? It's your boy Greenwater.
Yo, 1K Greenwater, bro. I know who you are, man. You've supported my channel a ton. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really, really appreciate that. Jacob Stubbins donates to me and says thanks. Jacob, you're missing the point, bro. That's nice with you, man. Thank you so much for the love, though, dude. I really, really appreciate that. All right. Swipe up for Fortnite stream. Let's get it. Nice phone case. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's a pretty sick phone case, isn't it? Pretty sick. We got another minute, guys. We got another minute to wait. What's up, Carrie B? Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm actually super hyped right now, guys. I really cannot wait to see this new update. I think it's going to be so dope. I think it's going to be so sick. Alright, just posted on my Snapchat story, guys. If you don't have me added on Snapchat, make sure that you guys go ahead and add me. I'd really, really appreciate it. Wait, what? There we go. Perfect. Let's go, guys. Let's go. The new update's out. The new update's out, man. We got 23 seconds before we can go ahead and launch it up for ourselves. All right, I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that we got a lot of stuff quit in the background that we're just not going to need. So you can make sure that we're not taking up a lot of CPU intensive stuff. I think we're looking good. Perfect. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Baby. What's up with my hair on this side? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie, guys. What's my Snapchat? My Snapchat's real ProHenis. All right, guys, it's running. It's running. No way, dude. We're about to load it up, man. Let's freaking get it. What's up, Chocolate? High Octane Zones? Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Razor, thank you so much for the $2 donation, man. Donation. Jacob, oh, thank you very much for the 2. I appreciate it. With hype. Jacob, I freaking love you, man. You're insane. You're absolutely insane. What's up, No Limits? Play some zombies? Bruh. Bruh. Guys, thank you for 243.6K as well. I really appreciate that, guys. All right, let's get it, baby. Let's get it. We're gonna mute the music. Is that Minecraft in your bar at the bottom? No. What are you talking about, man? I don't play Minecraft. Minecraft's for babies. All right, new map update. Discover new city. Oh, we're back to the new layout now. Okay, okay, okay. Are there any new modes? No, just solo. Damn. I look like a beast right now. Not even gonna lie. All right, what about the item shop? Let's get the item shop. Oh, wait, battle pass. Battle pass tiers, 10 tiers. For 900 V-Bucks only? Wait. What's up, Kendall? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yo, that's actually so dope. What's up, Nightfire? Welcome to the stream. What's good, Team Anime? Hey, Beast John 1. What is poppin'? Yo, Beast John. Let me go ahead and drop you a mod here real quick. What's up, Wolfpack? Hey, let's get it, baby. Let's get it. We're playing some Fortnite, man. Yo, what's up, Astonishing? Welcome back to the stream. Type my Snapchat in the chat. There's a link to my Snapchat in the description down below, guys. Snapchat is just real ProHenis. What state do I live in? I live in the grand state of Maine, my man. Let's get it. Trying to see if anything feels different. What's up, Ethan? Welcome to the stream, man. Open the map. Oh, okay. This looks so sick. All right, where do you guys want to go? I'm gonna go to this spot right there. I'm going to that spot. All the tryhards, I feel like are gonna go there. Actually, no, we gotta go to Tilted Towers first, man. We gotta go to Tilted Towers, right? Oh, look at this, right at the top. They changed the, they made the compass a little bit more narrow. They made the compass slightly more narrow. Very, very interesting. Yo, look at everybody's gotten out right here, man. There's like nobody else going to any other location. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first look at Tilted Towers. Look at everybody that's going here, man. Holy God. This is about to be insane. I'm gonna try to land right here, grab this SMG. No. Okay, well. Don't kill me, don't kill me. No, I just landed, man. Come on. Come on. Why am I getting that lag, too? We just got a massive amount of lag there real quick. Hold on, let me actually go ahead and... Oh, shoot. I'm not making up excuses. We actually did get lag there for some strange reason. I don't know why. Show FPS on. Game brightness. All right, I think we're good for right now. I think we're good for right now. Tilted Towers, you go and get tilted? Yeah. Yeah, it happened. It happened. So is it? It might actually be a good idea to buy this. In celebration of the map update, a special limited time offer on 10 tiers. Oh, wait, so that's only 10 tiers? Only 10 tiers?
RIP.
Oh. All right, yo, Jacob Stubbins, thank you so much for another 10, man. And Razor, thank you very much for your 2. I really do appreciate that, brother. Let's go, Henis. Yo, we're going to doing our best out here, guys. We're doing our best out here. Let's get it. I feel like part of the reason it was lagging right there is because there were so many people. Look at this, man. Oh, this looks so cool, dude. All right, I'm going to go to Haunted Hills. Or do we want to go to Shabby Shores? I don't know. Yeah, everybody's going to this new spot right over here. Let's try, guys. This is Haunted Hills right here. Let's get it. What's up, CBS Stark? How you doing today, my man? Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, Haunted Hills. Let's freaking get it. This is going to be so dope. Alright, I'm going to try to land at this extremely broken house right here. Hopefully there's a chest in this one. There's got to be, right? Gotta be something. Holy crap, this place is horrible for loot. Or maybe I'm just looking at the wrong spots. Bruh! What is this? Oh, here we go. We got a shotgun. We got a shotgun right here. Okay, okay, okay. Everybody relax. Go ahead and pick up this ammo crate. Let's push in over here. Bro, there's nothing. I don't even hear any chests. Bro, Haunted Hills is not the place to go, apparently. Whew. Let it be known here first. Wow. I hit him. How? He's got to have less than 10 health. 2 HP, and he's dancing on me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 HP. He had 2 HP. What's up, Luis? How you doing today, man? That's Henis luck right there. That's just Henis luck. we just gotta get a good landing spot. We're gonna be good. We're gonna be good. I mean, we're not really gonna get a good landing spot. When we keep going to these new spots, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. What's up, Yazan? How you doing today, man? Tilted Towers is gonna be insane though. Like that's where everybody's gonna be landing. What's up, Victor? How you doing today, man? You know what I'm gonna do actually? You know what I think might actually be really messing up with my FPS? I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna switch over to this right now. I'm gonna go ahead and quit. Chrome. That's running in the background. Just gonna end that task entirely. I think that may really help out with FPS. I'm hoping anyway. Alright. Seems a little bit more steady now, so that's pretty nice. Go to the junkyard? Alright, we can try to go to the junkyard. I'd be down for that. What's up, Dustin? What's up? Yo. Slow mode? Yeah, slow mode's on, guys. Yep. What's up, B-Stav? Welcome to the stream. New update looks awesome. Can't wait to play it when I get home. What's up, Henis? Keep up the good work on the live streams. Yo, I appreciate that, Vitalian. Thank you, man. Well, I give you a mod, Slaughter Bob. I'm not looking to give out any new mods right now, man. But I do appreciate the support. I really, really do. Alright, I'm gonna go to this new spot right here. You guys see this new spot? Right in between Flush Factory and Fatal Fields. That new spot right there. Right where my head's pointing. I don't know what to call this one. So we're just gonna call it, one of the new points. Look at the way the new biomes look, man. That sort of that fade that you get in between like the green and sort of like the more dark mountainy terrain. That's so sick. Like they've really more well defined a lot of that stuff. That's unbelievable. What's up, Kendall? Welcome to the stream. What's good, Chris? All right. So this just looks like a warehouse or a plant or something possibly. Alright, I'm actually seeing a green AR right here. I'm gonna go straight for that. No, you gotta be kidding me. He's going for it. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna land right down here then. We got our first chest, ladies and gentlemen. Pick up that trap as well. Alright, well, we know this guy's in there. Can we get a shot on him, actually? That'd be amazing if we could. You know what this actually really reminds me of? This looks a lot like the place by Loot Lake. This is like... Oh, no, this is like an exact replica of the warehouse by Loot Lake. Gotcha. With some more shields and stuff. Ooh. Oh, baby, we're popping already. We are already popping, guys. The map looks really good. The map looks really, really good. I'm hearing another chest up here, I think. There was like another one on the roof. Or we were hearing it downstairs. Maybe it's outside, actually. Might be outside. I think it's in this. If I were to guess. There's a lot of guys around here, I think. Nope. I'm gonna die. Are you kidding me, man? Oh, that's so frustrating, bro. He went all the way up to the top and just lasered me. I gotta stop playing so stupid. Come on, you got this? Nah, Callum. I need to stop playing like an idiot, dude. We had full health and full shield. And then we just tried to loop around. And that guy had a shotgun. That's the only reason I didn't want to rush him right there. It's the only advantage. I mean, we had full health and full shield, but I mean, if he has... I'm pretty sure he had attack, too. He had attack and not a pump. So it would have taken more shots, but... Imagine if he got that lucky one pump, man. That's all he needs is that lucky one pump right to my face. Then we're dead. What's up, Ballistic? What's up, Issa? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Go to retail and you will have the whole place. That's the thing, man. I don't want to go to retail, though. I want to go to these new spots. You know, especially if you want to go for a lot of kills or you want to try to go for a nice gameplay. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Alexander Nielsen? How you doing today, bud? As I've watched the past 6 streams or so. Hey, I appreciate that, Slaughter Bob. Yo, I'm hoping you're enjoying them, man. Alright, let's get it. We're gonna go to, wow, we're coming in from this side. There's like no new POIs on this side of the map either. They added 10 over here, which is a lot. It's a lot when you think about it. Go to the mines? What is that, Shifty Shafts? Is that the mines? Or Snobby Shores? I kind of want to go to Tilted Towers, guys. We're going to try Tilted Towers again. Looks like everybody's going to Tilted Towers, though. Oh, man. Hello, Mr. ProHenis. Why are you shooting me this early? The new Fortnite map update just dropped, my guy. Come on, Bear. Come on, man. New Fortnite map update. Because I can. Yeah, exactly. Piggy, that's a better answer. Because I can. Ladies and gentlemen, Tilted Towers is right in front of our faces. Everybody and their mother is going to land here. And we will more than likely die. But we will do our best to not die. Go all the way over here. Okay, we got ourselves a burst AR right off the bat. I like that. I like that. He's got a shotgun. You guys hear that? Above me, he has a shotgun. I don't know where that guy is. Shots over there. Try and survive here a little bit. Do a little bit more exploring. Somebody went inside there. We got a chest down here. That's kind of neat. Oh my god. Oh. I was gonna say, that better not be coming down here. I don't think this guy has any idea where I am. They slightly changed the font, too, for building. It's interesting. There we go, got him. Nice. Gotta play tactically here, guys. Gotta pick up that scar. Come on. Pick it up. What do we got over here? Do you have any shield? Could have sworn I did. There he is. There we go. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Pick up that. Here we go, baby. Gotta go pick up those nades, too. I don't know if anybody else is going to be around here. More than likely there will be. Ooh, what's up, Nick Radar? How you doing today, my man? Ooh, what the hell? Alright, there's still a chest somewhere in here. Somebody's trying to nade me. Let's go, baby. Woo! Okay. Warming up now, guys. Warming up now. Okay, we're good. I'm at school. Yo, Hunter Williams. What's good, man?
How
What's
can
good?
I add you on Twitter?
Okay. Not nervous at all, guys. We're good. Oh, shoot. You gotta be kidding me. I'm dead. Wait a minute. Did he just pump me from that distance? Oh my lord. That was quite the shot. Not gonna lie, quite the shot. I'm pretty sure he had a pump too. Pretty sure he had a pump. That could not have been attack. Wow. Just got lasered. What's up, Clarence? How you doing today? How do you guys build so fast? On the PC, you can bind your building to different stuff. Am I not leveling up right now? Hold on. I think right after this next game, I'm gonna go ahead and buy the battle pass upgrade. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm making the decision. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Oh goodness. What's up, Dimitrik? How you doing today? Yo, the Yeet Man donated $2 and says, how can I add you on Twitter? So I do follow back all notification squad members, man. So if you want me to follow you back, tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot that, and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis, because I do follow back all notification squad members, excuse me, on Twitter. Jacob then came in with a 5. Thank you very much, Jacob, for the 5-pounder. I do appreciate that. Go to the mines? I don't know, man. We're just going to go like wherever the most advantageous place is for us to land, I think, to be honest with you. What's up, Kendall? Kendall, what was your question? What kind of PC do I have? It's a custom build from iPad Power. Look at this. We're going right down the middle. You guys want to go all the way to Snobby Shores? I'm going to go all the way to Snobby Shores. That's where I'm headed. We haven't checked out that spot yet either. What's up, All-Star Gaming? Look at that giant warehouse that's right down there. Holy crap. Jacob with another 2. Jacob, you're crazy, man. You got to be really... I mean, you've donated... I know you've donated a lot, but it's been in small denominations. You might be on my top donator list, man. Top 10... Or you got to be close to my top 10 Super Chat donator list, I would imagine. So there's a chest right down there. I'm not going to go for that, though. That's just not worth it. We're going to go all the way to Snobby Shores. Hi, Henis. The new update's lit, right? Yeah, epic. The new update is really lit. I like it a lot. Is Tilted Towers good? I've only been there twice now. We died both times we tried to go there. This place looks like it's gonna have a lot of really nice loot. Maybe I was coming here with me. All right, it's a couple guys over there. Land right at this house right here. Yep, I'm dead. Using the roof right there. Come on, man. I hear a chest. Where is it, though? Where is he, bro? Oh, thank the Lord, man. There's so many chests around here. Oh my god. Okay. Go ahead and pick up that. I like that. I like that. Let me go ahead and drop... I guess we're gonna drop that. Pick up that. Yeah. Alright, where's this other chest? So they're putting chests in really unique positions now. Which is really... That's what's really throwing me off. Usually we're used to seeing them hidden in more sneaky places, but... I guess this works too. What's up, King Macro? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Go find where some more enemies might be. Alright, somebody's in this house. Ooh, baby. You get a med kit? Hell yeah, I'll definitely take that. Actually, take that. Not not gonna apply this medkit just yet, just because I don't think we need it. Oh, there's a slurp juice, especially right up there. So we'll grab that. Don't die. We're gonna try not to, my man. Yo, what the hell was that? Just got glitched right off the map. Gotta hear something in here. No! No, we messed up. Thing sounds like it's right above. Yeah, it's right in there. Alright, perfect. Slurp, slurp, man. Slurp, slurp. Oh, that's not good. Ow. Howdy. He had 3 HP, man. Come on, dude. We're good. I'm cool. I'm chill. Super chill. That's all right. That's quite all right. God damn it, man. What's up, oof, oof? What are your tactics to win? Just, I don't even know anymore, man. I don't even know anymore. Oh, we were going to buy the battle pass. We didn't do that. What's up, Victor? What's up, Chris Griffith? What's good, man's not hot? He was good? No, man, he wasn't good. I mean, he could be a good player, but like he didn't like exhibit a whole lot of skill right there. He just destroyed. Yeah, no, not even. What's up, Key and Let's? What's up, Tyler? How you doing today? What's up, CBS Shark? I started PC at Fortnite and I suck at it. Yeah, Epic, it definitely takes a little bit of practice. Keyboard and mouse is definitely a whole lot different. If you guys want to download Fortnite for the PC, there's actually a link you can use in the description down below. It helps benefit me and the channel, so make sure you guys use that affiliate link down there in partnership with Epic Games and Pixely. What's up, Jack Holden? How you doing today, my man? What's up, King Mayo? How many wins do I have? Solo wins, I think I've got like 43 or so. How do the coins work? So every single viewer earns 10 coins every 10 minutes they watch the stream, unless you're a sponsor, in which case you earn 20 coins every 10 minutes you watch the stream. And then all those coins can be used to enter into massive giveaways that I do at the end of every single month. They're doing a horrible job imitating me. What's up, Jubert? How you doing today, my man? Looks like we're going for, what do you guys think? Shifty Shat? I want to go to Tilted Towers again, man. I want to go to Tilted Towers so bad. I want to get... Once we start to learn where all the crate drops are, that's when we're really going to start doing pretty well. That's when we're going to start doing a lot better. Look at the lag right now, man, because, like, every player just jumped out. Guaranteed, like, every player just jumped out. Map looks better. The map definitely looks cleaner, I think. Looks cleaner. Yeah, I agree. It looks pretty cool. Look at all these people, man. Holy God. Like, the entire bus is getting out here. That's crazy, dude. That is actually crazy. Hell yeah. It's unfortunate for you, man. The lag right now is insane. Can't build right there. I don't have any building material. That's not very good at all. He AR'd me. He gray AR'd me. Like 3 shots. Like, granted, every single one had to have been a headshot. Oh my lord. How do you play this? You download Fortnite, man. You got tilted and tilted towers. Yeah, sure. Buildings for the weak. Nah, man. Buildings for no stop. Dude, I keep forgetting to buy the battle pass tiers. You've never played Fortnite before, King? Dude, you should definitely try it. You should definitely try it. It's really fun. Really, really fun. Say butt cheeks in full screen. Butt cheeks. I don't know why my chat loves that so much. I really don't. I will never understand. Can I donate $100? Furious. You can do whatever you want, man. Henis, can I teach you how to play? Picky. I don't want to hear it from you, man. All right. I'm going to delete Fortnite so that you can use my link. Man, honestly, that's like the nicest thing anybody's ever done for me. I just got to win a game. I want to land at one of the new spots and then win a game. That's all I want to do. Not going to lie, this game looks kind of dumb. Toybox Gamer, you look kind of dumb, dude. I'm totally beating this guy in every dance competition. Oh, the graphics are so bad. I thought he had a mustache. But nah, he's just got a really messed up nose. Is it on console or PC? It's on both console and PC, man. The link in the description down below allows you to download the game for PC, though. Could go to that spot. I'm just going to go to Tilted Towers, man. I'm going to go to Tilted Towers again. We just got to get building material. I got excited when I saw Black Ops, not going to lie. Sorry, Picky. Is PUBG actually better? No, man, Smith, it is absolutely not better. Oh my god. Yo, Joey. Joey, I do remember you, man.
Remember me from when you had like 8K subs?
I do, Joey. Thank you, man. Yeah, Joey, I do remember you, bro. Welcome back, man. Haven't talked to you in a while. What's poppin', my guy? What's poppin'? Hopefully life's treating you well. I gotta learn all these crate spots now. Hell yeah, that's what we like to see, man. Let's go. Let's get a dub. Yeah, well, let's get some Joey love in the chat, guys. Would appreciate it. How would not a single shot hit that guy? I'm unbelievably done. How, when he's panning, when he's running across the street, why is every single gunfight I've had so far ended with the dude having less than 10 HP? I'm good. I'm calm. Let's buy this battle pass. I'm sick and tired of life right now.
Okay.
Jacob, thank you so much for another 10, dude. Jacob, you're insane, man. I really love you, man. Too many good players on right now. It's not even that. It's just like... it's just... You get so many people running all to the same location. Alright, I just bought the battle pass tiers. I'm over it. How do we not have a 90% boost? Oh, wait, we can keep buying battle pass tiers. Wait, how many tiers did we just buy? What tier are we on now? 52? What's the max tier? Like 70? Something like that. Yeah, 70. What's our next upgrade? Oh, we get 10? Wait, no, we get 100 V-Bucks then. Okay, I gotcha. Man, Syed, yes, I do remember you. Oh. We're gonna get a win here. My mom is on her period, so I can't donate too much. Completely understandable, man. I get that those two things are connected sometimes. Lol, you're gonna waste so much money on Fortnite, you're not gonna have enough for rent. It was $10. It was $10. Yo, if you guys haven't dropped a like in the stream yet, please make sure you do that. I would really appreciate it. Have I found an apartment yet? I've been doing a lot of apartment hunting, man. The place that I like the most right now, the best place that I found so far, I'm actually going to be checking out tomorrow. I think this sort of realization that I've come to in my mind is, for what I need a place where I can be loud and record. And so, unfortunately, in pretty much every case of scenario, that rules out any sort of apartment complex. Or any apartment really in general, because if anybody's living on the other side of the wall next to me or in the floor below me, when I'm talking and streaming just like this volume, especially when I get kind of loud, people are going to be able to hear me. And that's just going to be obnoxious. Like, people are literally going to want to kill me. My neighbors are going to absolutely hate me. So I can't do that. So I got to do something different. And I think I'm going to Tilted Towers for the final time. Yeah, no.
Skype sometime I need a first PC Fortnite twin carry.
Yo, Joey. I'm down, man. First of all, don't ever tell me to get on Skype again. I'm just messing. You should get Discord, though, man. Get Discord. My Discord link's in the description. But yeah, I'm going to need to find, like, a house. So it's going to cost more money, but I'm going to be able to guarantee that I'll be able to continue to do what I want to do. It's just not, it's not going to be fair to myself or my neighbors if I don't do that, you know what I'm saying? It's just not worth it.
He'll just donate and buy V-Bucks.
I don't know where anybody is right now. I'm not gonna risk that, man. I'm sorry. I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. I don't have it in my soul. He's potioning up too. Just don't have it in my soul, man. Just don't have it in my soul. I know I'm gonna die to that. I can't. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Calculated. Six shots, Henis, for real.
Autocorrect pouting.
I'm good. I'm so good right now.
Yao, join your Discord, just had you on Skype already, lmao. Yeah man, anytime over the weekend I'm down to be carried. I'm not trash, I can build well, just get killed every time.
I feel you, Joey. I feel you, man. Stop sucking. All right, man, I'll do my best. You died again? Thanks, Callum. I love comments like that in my chat, man. You died again. Really? Really? What's up, Tyrone? How you doing today, my man? gotta stop sucking, brothers. Where's ProBot at? ProBot should be in the stream. Salty? I'm not salty. I wish I had enough money that I could donate whenever I wanted to talk and chat. Yeah, Jacob Stubbins, thank you very much for the 2, man. Autocorrect, yeah. I'll just donate. He can buy V-Bucks. You spelled buy wrong, by the way, but that's alright. How's my dog? She's good. Downstairs, probably chilling right now. I'm never going to Haunted Hills again. Haunted Hills sucks for loot. Just being honest. I'm gonna go to Snobby Shores. You smell like beef and cheese. Yo, later, ProHenis, I stayed up half the night to watch you. Yo, thanks, man. I wasn't live for half the night. I was asleep, but appreciate the love, brother. Yo, Dragon, thank you very much for the bit donations, man. Say D's nuts in front of the screen. Nah, I'm good. Go to Shifty Shafts. We're gonna go to Snobby Shores. Okay, I suck at landing, apparently. Okay, we're gonna try to hit the left side here. That was the house we landed in last time. That one right there, but... If this guy ends up killing me, chat, I just want to let you know, straight up, like, we're gonna have some massive problems. We got in there. Scoped AR? Hell yeah. I picked up the scoped AR, but not the ammo. Got it. Completely reasonable.
Sick.
I'm sick? Jacob, I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. Yo, hopefully you feel better soon, my man. Jump pad, let's get it. Where we looking? Where we looking? Alright, we're getting some building materials. I like that. I like that. Huh. I can't hear anything. There's a guy. Hear me.
Need to stop donating moms on her period, but yeah, just let me know, smile, thanks.
Wait, what? Was that my... That wasn't my building, was it? Maybe that was my building, actually. Thought I saw potions there. Joe, we need to stop donating moms on her period, but yeah, just let me know. Thanks. Gotcha, man. Completely understandable. Hope your mom's not on her period for much longer, man. Completely understand why those two things are connected. Okay, you already in there? Don't take fall damage, please. Thank you. Actually, wait, hold on a minute. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, never mind. We're good, actually. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Our Wings? I love the toilets. Yeah, the toilets are apparently the place to go, man. For real. Like, sheesh. Toilets are love. Toilets are life. How much was my PC? It's about 1900, man. About 1900. What's up, Ballista? Welcome to the stream. Hi, we're good. We're good. We're good. Henis, you seem to have died. Thanks, man. The real question is, can you make it into the top 50? Yeah, right. Probably not. You know, it's really what's going to allow us to be more consistent is like literally just continuing to expose ourselves to these new locations. We'll keep going to the new locations. We'll know where the chests are. We'll know where people tend to land, because that's really what it comes down to. And like, you know, for places that we commonly go to, Greasy Grove, Pleasant Park, Fatal Fields, Anarchy Aches. Like, we know where people are going to be, right? So we know once we get out of a certain location, all right, this is most likely where people are going to be. So we know the spots to look at. Right now, we just don't know those spots to look at yet. It's just going to take time. How much does this DLC cost? It's 100% free, man. What's up, Victor? Henis, when is the hand simulator video coming? Probably tomorrow, man. I don't want to upload it today, just simply because we're, you know, huge Fortnite update today, so we're going to be focusing on that, but we go Tilted Towers again. Get tilted. What's up, Joelbert? Yo, Aiden, you got class this morning? I landed too close. Yo, it's night where I am. Shout out to Australia. Yo, shout out to Australia, man. Shout out to you guys. I'm going right to this roof right here. Ain't nobody gonna tell me otherwise, man. Break it, dude. I don't want to go to that roof anyways. I really want to go get that guy, but I don't have a weapon to go get him with. Come here. Come here. Haha! You foul creature. Just leave the game, 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 just leave the game. How long does the update take? What do you mean, man? Stop with Tilted SMH. Fine, fine. Won't go to Tilted anymore. Clearly, Tilted Towers is where we get tilted. How when does your merch come out? What do you mean? Luis Gonzalez, I have merch, man. Wait, you're in class right now, Aiden? In class right now? Wow, you're listening to me in class? Damn. Support, though. I want to keep going to these new locations, but, like, you know there's also going to be a mix of tryhards going to the other locations, too. Like Greasy Grove, like all the POIs that we've already had. How are there consumables on the island? I've never seen that before. Am I literally just like that newbie at the game? I've never seen a consumable on the island before. Like, you always see weapons. Huh. Huh. Anybody want to go to Junk Junction with me? I'm down. Sick, dude. Let's freaking get it. Whoa. What? I went to Pleasant. Had to kill one noob who was lost in the sauce, and I had to Pleasant to myself. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, and that's no fun to go there, though, you know? I feel like as a content creator, I got to go to the new locations. I feel like I owe that to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Just gonna pull it now. We got to get all the way over there. We'll get there. What's up, Tyler? Rent it with other friends or YouTubers? Nah, man, but that's the thing. Like, if I rent it with other friends, like, I'm trying to not piss other people off. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to be able to record at like 4 a.m. if I want to. So I literally can't be living with other people. This place is going to be a nightmare. You can already tell. That's a Magnum. Gah. How long will I be streaming for? I don't know, man. We're going to go for a while, though, I think. Still not top 50. Professor just got here. Got to go. Bye, Aiden. I love you. You have 6 inches of snow? Damn. Henis, your dog is nice. Thank you, Cameron. Yeah, she's chilling downstairs right now. God damn it, dude. Oh. How the hell does that even happen? Honestly, dude, I have no idea. I have no idea. It sucks so much, dude. Can we place the trap somewhere? Let's place it under the bus. Do you want a trap? I don't blame you. Have I ever sat on a toilet in Fortnite? No, I'm not Ali A. Sorry. Okay. There's Pleasant right there. Right there. But I don't want to go to Pleasant. I'm gonna go to Pleasant. I honestly don't care at this point. I just want to get a win. I want to get a win, warm myself up. That's what we need. We actually just need to be in a full game right now. Watch us get quick scoped right off the bat. Wait a minute, Pleasant changed. They reoriented the soccer field. Wait, no they didn't. I'm stupid. Forget it, I didn't say anything, guys. Guys, Pleasant. I'm so out of it right now. I think they've changed more than they actually have. Gonna say we'll find a weapon eventually. Really nice loot right off the bat, man. I'm liking this a lot. Another guy out here somewhere. Ooh, baby. He got some potions. Thank God. I love how we were both just like up against the wall looking at each other right there. That was awesome. That was hilarious. Still a chest up top somewhere, I guess. I left that up there, all plain and calculated. Nope. No. You gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. I gotta heal up. That almost really did not work out for me. Oof. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Whoa! Whoa! What was that lag, dude? Did you guys see that? What was that lag? What was that lag? There's bandages somewhere. I'll go grab the bandages. Wait a minute. Hold on. Pick up that. Pick up that. Dude, what on earth is happening? One of these guys had bandages over here, right? Or I know I dropped some bandages somewhere. 99% sure I did. Nope, I'm dead. How much HP did you have? You didn't have a single shield. Look, whoa, whoa, what was he just doing? He had 12 HP. Whoa. Once again, I am good. I am good. I'm fine. Don't even worry about me, chat. What time is it where I live? Currently, right now, where I am at is 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. We've been live for over 2 hours already. Sheesh, that's actually crazy. Did not think we were already live for this long. Goddamn. We just got to get like, we got to get a good start. Like that was a good start. Actually, I can't even lie. That was a good start. But unable to connect to chat. Wait a minute. Are we still live? Why is chat not working for me? It says unable to connect to chat. What's up, man? It's not hot. What's up, Pokemon Trainer? Welcome to the stream. Stop losing, boy. I'm sorry, dude. Yo, what's good, McStabosaurus? I guess chat wasn't working there for me for a little bit. Huh, that's really weird. My tactic is run, says Tyrone. Yeah. Oftentimes, it's not a bad tactic, man. It's often not a bad tactic. What's good, D Gaming? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Chris? You know, in those situations, it might just be better for me to run. Honestly, kind of take it slow, take it back. I should have just gone right up onto the roof. I would have had such a better advantage on that guy. That guy wasn't really anything special. He ADS'd with a pump shotgun, which I don't get that. I don't get that logic at all. Love your videos. Hey, I appreciate that, Zach T. Thank you, my man. Alright, we're just gonna go right for the house. Good old trusty Fatal Fields. We know what we're doing here. Look at that. They did really change the color of the terrain. It looks cool now, though. I kind of like that in a way. I didn't know if I was gonna like it that much, but I do kind of like it. I do like it a lot. I think it just makes everything look a little bit more crisp. If you had killed me, I would have cried. There was another guy over here. Was a Furious Rex? Do I know Dewey? Oh, I know Dewey. Good set. I know Dewey. Look at the size of the grenades now. Don't those look massive? Like, gosh darn, they're like carnival size. Then again, this whole game's kind of like a carnival when you really think about it. Let's see if there's a chest up here. Hopefully there is. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, actually, that's fine. We get a med kit, so we don't need anything else. Check over this way. Oh, yes, please. Woo! Anything in there that I want? Not even an ammo crate? I'm getting bamboozled. Ah, shoot. Ah! We can make that jump. Come on, Henis. There we go. What do the ranks do? The ranks really don't do anything, man. They're just there for you to measure how long you've been supporting the stream for. So the ranks are all based upon, yeah, how many minutes you have in the live stream in total. So it's a really cool way to measure exactly how long you've been supporting the stream for. If you guys want to learn more about how ranks and coins work, type !bot in the chat. And there will, the bot will give you a paste bin link. That will just a little write-up that I made that kind of explains exactly how the bot works and what it does and its function and purpose and all that stuff. All right, let's get it, man. Let's get a victory. What's up, Hudson? How you doing today, my man? But if you guys are new to the stream, definitely make sure you drop a like and subscribe as well. I think the live like count is broken. I don't know. How many likes does it say for you guys that we have on the stream right now? Does it say for you guys at all? Here, chest above me. Let's get it. I don't think anybody else landed here. Look at that, they took out the Christmas trees. No. That was just the crickety creak of that, I guess, right? Guess so. More chests everywhere. Alright, I'm getting like a lot of mixed answers right now for how many likes are on the stream. I don't know, I may have to check after this. Scar you. Thank the Lord, man. Whew. Where'd that guy even come from? I don't think there's anybody else around me. I think we're good. Man, it's not hot. Was that you, bro? I'm sorry, man. Nothing personal out here. Purely business. Please don't take it personally. What's up, Wyatt? How you doing today, my man? He must have gone to the long barn, I guess. Another chest, bro. How many chests have we opened up? What's good, Rocky? How you doing today? Alright, we're definitely taking that. Let's get a move on. We got a med kit and a potion. Yo, what's up, Tech Gaming? What's up, Parisi? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming out. There's 368 likes? Alright. If you guys refresh your stream, just close it and reopen it. Especially if you're watching on mobile, it won't update unless you close it and reopen the app. That should give you the most updated number. There's 419. Yeah, I don't think there's a chest up there. Are you gonna play any zombies today? It's possible, man, but probably not, just because we got this massive Fortnite update out, and I kind of want to play this. I'm just gonna go ahead and drink this. I know you guys are gonna be triggered at me, but I just don't want anybody else to take it. $427 likes. All right, gotcha. I'm spectating you? Man, is that hot? Are you really, man? I don't know if I believe you, bro. Yo, if you are spectating me right now, take a screenshot of it. Tweet it at me. No chest up there. People landing at Salty. we're gonna get up on this roof right here and snipe him. Go somewhere new. We're gonna land somewhere new after this game for sure, for sure. It's just frustrating to keep landing at like the same new spots over and over again. We just keep getting melted, but. I think the dude's still up there. I'm being honest. Okay. I don't know how that shot didn't hit him. Maybe we led it too far, I guess? Because he was like literally right there, so I guess we didn't need to lead it that far. Let's get it, man. Oh, we gotta push back more this way. Alright, I got you. Alright, man, sounds good. What's good, Hype? How you doing today, man? What's my Snapchat? My Snapchat is Real ProHenis. Your Snapchat is invalid. Shouldn't be invalid, man. It should just be Real ProHenis. Maybe I have the link in the description typed in incorrectly, but it should be Real ProHenis. I can check out the link in the description after the stream, or if there's any mods in here, you guys can check it out. Bear, I don't know if you're still here. The link in the description for my Snapchat should be working. Do I depend on YouTube for money? Yes, I do. YouTube is my full-time job, man. I think ProHype should get 100,000 likes. Dude, imagine getting 100,000 likes on a live stream. It'd be ridiculous. What's up, Colin? How you doing today, my man? He's probably up there. $22 people left. Only 3 kills. Damn. Can you check the map? Yeah, I can open up the map for you guys here. I mean, I can't really do it fully right now just because I'm about to head into a gunfight, I'm pretty sure. Too easy. I don't know why I jumped right there after I landed. I got up there, and then I jumped. What the hell's up with that? I didn't mean to, I swear. Were you looking at anybody in particular, my man? I don't think he was. I think that was just the creaking. Thought I heard a burst shot over here for a second. Hey, what's up, M-Dub? Yo, M-Dub, I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. You're usually in the streams, but I just never usually take the second to say hello to you. Like I should. Awesome. That's sick. Really happy I just took 10 damage right there. Just a pistol right back there. We don't need that. Hear that falling over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's right there. That is perfect. We might actually go for that. What's up, Master Gamer? What's up? It's your boy, Clever. How you doing today, man? I would donate $1,000 if I could. Dude, I would accept your $1,000 donation if you could. Oh, man. Crazy. Would you donate $1 trillion if you could? Never really understood that type of comment. I would donate you $1 million if I could, Henis. I'm not like making fun. I'm just saying like, just seems kind of like a ridiculous claim. It's like if I was a trillionaire, then I would have $1 trillion. Yeah. Kind of seems like a weird thing to say. Maybe that's just me, though. What kind of POV is this? God, man. Maybe those 3? Nah, I don't need those right now. Go back and get this drop over here. What's up, Sammy Savage? Okay, well, we know where he is. Actually, I will apply this right now. This guy had a lot of medkits, holy crap. Do I game all day? Nah, I don't game all day. Wish I could, that'd be kind of lit, but I can't. Got other responsibilities. But Henis, you're a full-time YouTuber. Why don't you game all day? I don't know, man. Do you work all day when you go to work? Oh, dude. Will this be a winner chicken dinner? I don't know, man. This is the thing. All we needed was just a solid start. And there was like a couple more of those down there too. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we can actually pick those up now. We don't, wait, we dropped the med kits. Yeah, actually that's for the better. That's for the better. We applied a med kit. That was worth it. Yeah, we could have gone back and gotten the med kits now, couldn't we have? Yeah, I'm stupid. I don't want to go back and get those now. It's not worth it. Yeah, I left the med... yeah, no, I didn't mean to leave the med kits, really. To be honest with you. This was honestly one of the weirdest positions I've ever been in for that gunfight right there. It was honestly quite strange. Alright, 9 people remaining. We were good. What's my favorite type of cereal? If I said Cheerios, would you guys make fun of me? Because it probably is Cheerios. Hello there. How are you today? Wait. Campfire? Yeah, we got a campfire. Yeah, we do. Leaving the jump pad as my main one, though. Just because that's the one I'm going to need to use in a tight situation. I'm only going to use the campfire if I got time. Purple shotty? Yeah, we got the purple shotty. Could be up in there too. Ooh. Just for the fun of it, we'll put ourselves right here. He's right there. Oh. Oh, would have been nasty. Push down there, I'm pretty sure. Still 5 people left. I don't like this. I mean, that should have hit, in my opinion. What's up, Deadshot? How you doing today, my man?
Check the budges.
Oh, God. Let's go, baby. GG's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, 12 kills. I'll take that. Ah.
Hello, in here at
Ah.
8:53 in the morning.
Crispy shot,
In
crispy shot.
school and needed something to keep me awake. Hello.
Yo, Bianca, thank you so much for the 420. I really do appreciate that. 8:53 in the morning for you. Damn. So you're an hour behind me. Gotcha. So you're Central Time. Gotcha. Let's get some GG's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That is what I'm talking about. Why does my YouTube chat keep going out, man? Easy, baby. Easy. Yo, but we got a couple donations there. Jacob Stubbins also came in with a 2-pounder. I appreciate that, Jacob. Thank you so much for the love, my guy. Make sure you guys do drop a like. Subscribe if you're new as well. You guys will see your names appear right in the lower right-hand corner when you guys do subscribe to the channel. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. First one of the day. It only took us over, 2 hours. Hey, Spectacular Ducky, what's up, man? Oh, wait a minute. We're not logged in. What the hell? Hey, what's up, Sa? How you doing today, buddy? Carnage Sasso. Sasso. That's your name. Sasso. Right? Did I nail it? Tell me I nailed it. Like, be honest with me, though. Shoot, I just missed a win? Yeah, you just missed a win, man, unfortunately. Yeah, let's get a Bianca spam in the chat, guys. Thank you very much for the love. I'm great. How are you? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Glad to hear you're doing well, too. Yes, you did? All right, good. I got it down now. Sasso. I just got to go Sa and then So. Got it. Got it. All right, one win on the day. Let's get it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, baby. I'm gonna go to Tilted Towers. We're making it happen here, chat. We're making it happen. I should have a win counter on screen. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Hey, yo, what's good, Gunny? How you doing today, man? Your finals today? Hey, abnormal. Wait, you got finals today? What the hell? Yo, best of luck with your finals, though, man. That guy's parachute was literally in my face. I hate life, man. I just don't know where to go in this game. Are there stairs anywhere? Here we go. I really feel more comfortable right now with a shotgun. What's good, Bill Foster? How you doing today, my man? Here we go. Oh, look at the scope now. This is my first time checking the scope on this. Dude, how many times do I need to shoot you point blank, man? What's up, Dodger? Welcome to the stream. How much health did he have? 87. Now he had a full shield. What's up, Robin? Am I going to stream early? You're in Las Vegas? John Hamill. Yeah, I am streaming early, man. Definitely streaming a little early here. Oof. Oof. Just got wrecked. I love your videos. Appreciate that, Dodger girl. How do you donate? There's a link in the description down below if you guys do want to donate. Jacob came in with a 12-pound, dude. Jacob, you are nutty, my guy. And then he drops 2 more 2-pound super chats for a total of 4 pounds in the last... Literally, no, it's a total of 16 pounds in the last 3 minutes. 18 in the last 5. The dude's crazy. Check donos? Yeah, we got donos. I got the donos, man. I thought you said check DMs for a second. What's up, Taylor? I gotta go take a pee real quick, guys. I'll be right back. We're winning the next game. Trust. Go ahead and put a location, actually, in the chat that you guys want me to land at. All right? Put the location in the chat right now. When I come back, we're landing there. Alright, first place I saw was Junkyard, so we're landing there. Never mind. Take it back. I'm gonna go to this new spot right down there. RIP Henis? Nah, we're good. Let's all leave. Chill! Chill! Hands are wet from washing them, man. People are already dying left and right. Definitely already people that went here, but it is what it is. I did wash my hands, Jeffrey. Mike is muted? Yeah, for sure. For sure, Sa. For sure, man. See, Sa, I have enough trust issues with my chat. Come on, man. Come on.
How much altogether?
I have no idea. I don't have a good way to check how much you've donated altogether, man. I really don't, to be 100% honest with you. I wish there was. LMAO. Alright, we need more building material. AR down there. I'm gonna go for that AR actually. You don't have to deal with this terrible SMG. What's up, Heath? How you doing today, my man? This was the place they initially showed in the trailer, wasn't it? Pallets give you so much wood, man. They're glorious. Ooh! Ooh! What the hell? That's what we were hearing right up there. Damn, son. Yo, that's streamer loot, though. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Alright, we can't make that jump, apparently. What's up, Toby Salt? How you doing today, my man? Let's go give this guy a world of hurt over here. What's up, bud? Oh, you had a... Imagine not having a gold scar. You guys hit that chest, right? Where is it? Is there a basement here?
Do you now? WAE.
There is. Got it. We're Gucci, we're Gucci. Jacob Stubbins says, do I know do it? Oh, I know do it, my good sir. I know do it. Thank you so much for your donos, man. You're absolutely insane. Really, really appreciate your support. This is just factory replicated. Look at this. This is factory. We're gonna call this new factory. That's what I'm gonna call it anyway. Come on. Oof. We are Gucci. All right, I don't really know where to go. What's up, Charlie? Hey, Henis, I'm downloading Fortnite on my PC now. Keep up the good work. Hey, that's dope, dude. Yo, you're gonna find it a lot of fun, man. Actually, correction. I hope you find it a lot of fun. We only got this semi-auto. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Got a good amount of building material, though. What's up, Isaac? How you doing, my man? More mini potions over there. More ammo. This stuff has a lot of roof loot. That's actually really... I like that they do roof loot, though, to be honest with you. It's really nice. Yeah, we're going to have to head more north, more than likely. Let's get it, man.
A little something, man. Keep up with the grind, man.
Is that what we call a little something now? Holy crap. Yo, I'm Godly. What's up? Can I add you on PC? I don't usually add people on PC, man. I keep my Fortnite Epic Games friends list pretty exclusive. But yo, Nighty Night, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my man. Holy Jesus. He calls a little something, something, just a little slight work. Nighty Night, you're on my top 10 super chat donator, aren't you? Nighty Night. I know you're close. I'm pretty sure you're close, but thank you so much for the 50. Let's get a night spam in the chat, guys. That's some noble work right there. Let's see what I did there. For real, man. Really appreciate it, though. Henis, my notification didn't work? Yeah, that's what I heard from some people this morning, too, that notifications just did not go out. I'm not extremely surprised, though, because there's a lot of people going live right now, you know? A lot of people going live.
Okay.
So. Alright, understood. Jacob comes in with a 50. He's like, listen, Nighty, I've been kind of running this thing before you came here. So let me just drop my 50-pounder. Alright? It's cute that you donated 50. Jacob's like, but I kind of run this joint, alright? Thank you so much for your 50, man. You were absolutely insane. Thank you to both of you guys. That's crazy. She came in and topped it. That's like 100. That's $100 right there. Not like $100. That is $100, Henis. Oh Lord. Give this a little slurp slurp, and then we're gonna take. Actually, how many of these does he have? He had 9. Yeah, forget it. We're taking those. Wait a minute. There we go. Perfect. What's up, mechanic? $50 and 50 pounds are totally different. Pounds are worth a lot more. No, that's what I'm saying. So it's over 100 US dollars. Yeah, the British pound is stronger than the US dollar, so that's what I'm saying. That would have been more than likely looted already anyways. You're so good at Fortnite? I'm alright, man. I'm alright. I'm practicing every day. Trying to get better. Na na na. Na 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 na. I love this game too much, man. I really hope this game kind of blows up on my channel. That's my hope. Like, I know if I keep grinding it, like, the better I get, the more wins I'm going to get more consistently, you know, the more viewership I'll pull. Because I think I was going to say, I think the personality is already there a little bit. But Jesus, dude! Nighty Night comes in, just says, bet, lol. He's like, who is this guy? Jacob Stubbins? Never heard of him before in my life. Damn. Nighty Night, thank you so much for the 60, bro. You're insane. Nighty Night coming in, just dropping the bomb. What are the chances that somebody's in here? I really hope not. Okay, are we good? Jacob? Are we good, man? Like on a real level here?
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Wait, what? What was that audio cue? Aw, cool. Somebody wants to be friends? Not get the hell out of my head. What was that? Why did I hear somebody talk? But Jacob just came in with a 60-pound, 10-cent. Topping it. One more by 10 cents. 10 cents. Jesus. You guys are crazy. Henis, there's a gold sniper. I know, guys. It's semi-auto, though, okay? Gotta love the bolt. Bolt's a lot better. Just believe me. But Henis! I'm here for the T1 building. Well, Winter, you have come to the wrong place. Wait, what do I want? Launcher or RPG? Launcher. Well, we got more for some reason than the launcher, so I guess I'm going to take the launcher. But yo, Winter, really appreciate you stopping in. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Winter, I don't know if I have you. Actually, no, I do have you added on Fortnite. I'm pretty sure. I do have you added on Fortnite. We actually have to play, though. I'm done making up excuses. It's just not fair. We gotta play, 100%. Because you have a, yeah, you have a PS4. Yeah, pretty sure.
You got this one, Jacob. Lol. Sponsor hype though.
Oh damn. He's like, Jacob. All right, man. Respect. Mad respect to Jacob. Damn. What's up, A? How you doing today, man? But Nighty Night comes in. Damn, I respect that. I respect that. Still a very respectable fight there. Yeah, the ego's through the roof. It's not ego, Winter. Oh, God, you're going to make me cry. Oh, that was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. Jacob says, okay. Damn, he's like, GG's, man. GG's. Yo, very respectable. Very respectable. I like that, guys. I like that. Want a side of fries with that ego? Oh, no. Oh, no. That guy have a better shotty, actually. I switched tabs for 2 minutes. What the hell happened? Yeah, Bear, you know, there was a campfire over there, too. Might as well grab that. And a med kit? We want these 2 potions, though, for sure, for sure. I'll take the campfire, and then there's just another gunfight going on over here. Hear a drop. Oh, yeah, right there. Well, that's really close. Somebody shot that. We're going to be right here in case anybody goes for that. Don't take fall damage. I just oofed. I just oofed on stream. Oh no. Not gonna go for the drop just because we don't need it. Something going on right over here. Respect the pouch, man. Respect it. Holy God, dude. What's up, Kian? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Are you kidding me? Nope, no, 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 come on. Henis! I couldn't break out of the door, dude, because it was still trying to edit, man. God, that's so obnoxious, bro. So obnoxious. Comes right up while I'm trying to heal. Rip in the chat. What's up, Kendall? How you doing today? Did I miss much? B-Sab? Nah, you didn't miss a whole lot. You didn't miss a whole lot. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. So there was an audio cue there because I got a friend request. I think that's what that was. Is that what that was? That definitely sounded like... Brightness game. What did I hear that on? What's up, Riley's? How you doing today? Stop standing still? Yeah, I guess that you're right. I could have been moving. Yeah. That's true. What's up, Ricky? How you doing today, bud? Welcome to the stream, man. That was terrible, Henis. Yo, Mechanic God. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. What's up, boss? I think I want to add a win counter. Am I in the top donations? Jacob, I can check after this game, man. I don't think you are, but it's possible. Am I in the top donos? I can check. Yeah, I can check both for you, Jacob, and Nighty after this, guys. After this, definitely. Let me go to Tilted. Yo, what's good, Tyrone? How you doing today, buddy? I'm playing the game with the new maps. This should be fun. Yeah, Void, it's a lot of fun, man. I'm guessing you were about to say it's going to be fun.
Am I in the top donations?
I don't know, Jacob. I'm not 100% sure yet, man. I have to check after the stream. The only problem is that, like, I can't see if you guys are, like, in the number 12 or 13 or 11 spots either. It's only going to show me people who are in the top 10, unfortunately. So I can check after the stream, man. 100%. Or after this game, I mean. Yo, could I actually? Imagine. That'd be so sick. Just accept defeat, man. It's all good. It happens to the best of us. This guy's up there. Notice how we don't get enough building material for, like, anything? What's up, Robert? How you doing today, my man? Alright, that's better. Let me go back to that building, actually. That was a bad idea. Is that a scar? No, it's not a scar. I don't know why on earth you decided to jump out of that. Wait, why did I not build? I don't know why I didn't build that platform. That guy had 0 building material. He must have used all of it. Sniper over here. It's a twofer right here. Oh, man. What's up, Jake Wilson? How you doing today, my man? I like the sound that I'm hearing right now. Upstairs. Oh. Did not expect that. Yeah, I want that. No! God, that was almost really bad. Did not mean to fall off. Holy Jesus. Okay. Oh my. Henis? Oh my lord, dude, that was terrible to watch. We're dead, 100%. I had no idea where to go. I couldn't really jump down because I'm up too high. What's good, Griffin? First game I played with the update, I got my first solo win. The notification didn't go out for you? Wait, what do you mean, Griffin? Oh, that you're talking about for the stream. Yeah, I thought you were...
got a friend request.
Yeah, we gotta turn that off. That's gotta go. Well, that has gotta go. That has gotta go. How do we turn that off? There's gotta be like... if I just appear away. Because that's not cool. For streamers, that is not cool to do that at all. What's up, Jiggy? Put your total wins and put wins today? Yeah, I should do that. That'd actually be kind of cool. Oh, you stole my... Maybe if I drink these really quickly. Don't worry, man, I'm drinking them. They're gonna be on me now. What's up, Brian? It's so interesting because, like, usually a lot of the time when you're playing Fortnite, like, you want to get that height advantage, but sometimes it just really screws you over, I guess.
Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
Okay, that didn't do anything. Alright, let's get it. I've never landed here before. Let's see what it's all about. Kidding me, dude. What a horrible place to land, dude. Literally some of the worst loot I've ever seen in my entire life. That's not a building. It's gonna be better than that, so. Did we just run away? I don't really want to do that. Holy soccer field. What's up, Turtle Man? Potions over there. Dun-dun. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. What's up, Leroy? That place is just greasy and dusty and mixed. Yeah, that's kind of what I've seen too. What's up, Hop? How you doing, man? Yeah, I've kind of noticed that about some of the places that I've landed at. Like, you kind of see them as like they're a mix of like there's like some factory aspects at some of the new locations. Like one of them is just literally a recreation of factory. You know, the factory right at Loot Lake. And then, yeah, and then there's some recreations of like the actual factory. Yeah. What's up, Hop? How you doing today? But what's up, Maddie Mitz? Went down salty? Why'd you retract the message, man? This is the first why did they add consumables to the island? I've never seen this before. Why did they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Love your one window challenge. Appreciate that, Tiger. Thank you, man. What's up, Matt McCarthy? Hey, yo, what's good, Carbies? Yo, Henis, got this. You're a good player. You just got to believe in yourself. I mean, we choke a lot of stuff, but I'm going to go to Pleasant. What's good, Ozzy? How you doing today, man? There's one in its park. Wait, there's one in its park and Fatal mixed. Park and Fatal? Like Pleasant Park? Really? I don't think I've been to every single location yet. I haven't been to the junction or whatever the hell the place is. What's up, Maddox? Come on, man. Of all the places you could have gone to. Probably he's thinking the same thing about me. What's up, Ziggy? These maps look so cool. Yeah, the new map update's pretty nice. I like it a lot so far. I'm 16, man. Big difference, big difference. What is the loot we're getting right now? This is insane. Like, actually insane. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Is that another potion? Hell yeah, it was. About to run right up on me. Whoa. Holy. What the frick, dude? No! You have that building glitch, man. Come on, I can't get up onto the... There we go. I think it just worked. Thank you, man. Holy Jesus. We're over here walking like legit through our building. Okay. Thought I heard somebody else.
Friend request incoming.
That's gotta go, man. There's gotta be an option to turn that off. He probably sees me.
We've got a friend request.
I'm not gonna be accepting any of these friend requests, guys. Just for the record. It's not me being mean.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
I shouldn't have even said anything, man.
Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
Stop, chat. I hate you all so much. I hate you all so much. That is so obnoxious. Why would they add that? And why is there no option to disable it? Streamers will literally hate everything. Dance, son, dance. Ha! What?
You have got a friend request.
Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it, man.
Friend request.
Oh my god, we got another one. Unbelievable. Actually, wait, we don't want that. Unbelievable. Actually, unbelievable. Snap Henis, the money comes rolling in. Yeah, dude. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? But yo, thank you all very much for all of you guys who've been donating today. I really do appreciate it. What is that? They've added an audio cue for when you get a friend request, and apparently, maybe there is a way to turn it off. I don't know what it is yet, but that is super obnoxious. I tried turning my status from like online to away. That didn't do anything. I'm over here.
Cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's cool at all that anybody wants to be friends, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think that's cool that somebody wants to be friends with me. Okay? Oh, cool, friend request. It's just like, whatever, man. Guys, I want to let you know it's nothing personal, but I am going to deny every single one of these friend requests. I don't care. I just don't care. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. Don't mind. I'm good. Oh, cool. You got a friend request incoming.
IV donate about 200 pounds.
You donated about 200 pounds? Actually, I believe that.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
No, I don't think that is cool, actually. To be completely honest with you. No wonder that got left. Oh, no! Okay, wow, we didn't take any fall damage. I like that. That's all I really care about at the end of the day. We're actually all out of wood. Rips in the chat. I like the new map so far, though. I like it a lot. The only thing that kind of pisses me off, that kind of seems a little bit more weird, is the trees. I don't know why they changed the trees.
You make great content. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. We just donated. Brendan Rowe, thank you so much for the donation, my man. Yeah, let's get some love for Brendan in the chat, guys. I'd really appreciate it. I gotta get some more wood here. What on earth? Wait a minute, you guys hear that? They've added a sound now for the, interesting.
No.
I'm going to be the first to let you guys know that this is a colossal waste of building material. Oh, it's landing over here. Wait a minute. Just in case. Whew. Got it. Sick! We hit the mother load. We hit the mother load, guys. Ow. Actually, yeah, did we get a friend request? I didn't tell. Did the audio cue go off? I didn't notice. I didn't tell. I honestly couldn't notice.
Ah, you got a friend request.
Yes, Bill Foster, I did get a friend request. I love how that donation came in right as the audio cue also played.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon.
That's what I like to hear. That's the type of audio cues Henis likes. Brendan Rowe, thank you so much for the sponsor, my man. I appreciate that. Can we get a Brendan spam in the chat, guys? Thank you so much for the love, my man. Yo, huge shout out to Brendan for the sponsor, bro. You are now officially a menace to society. Thank you for the love, my man. Really, really appreciate that. Let's get some Brendan love in the chat, guys.
You've got a friend request incoming.
Dude, how many people watch my streams who haven't sent me a friend request? Apparently, it's a lot. Apparently. Amazing. Impeccable. Impeccable timing.
IWW, you got a friend request.
IWWWW.
Incoming.
Thank you for the friend request, guys. I appreciate it. You know what? I'm just so thankful for all the friend requests. You guys are awesome, truly. Truly, guys. The support I have is just impeccable. What's up, Rewind? I don't know if this guy was just completely oblivious to the fact that he got shot.
You've got a friend request incoming.
Or what happened to him. But RIPs to our friend. Jacob, thank you very much for the £2, man. I really, really appreciate that.
We've got a friend request.
Are people just making accounts at this point?
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
I'm just going to completely ignore every single friend request that comes in. It's just not going to happen. You did not kill him? No? Then what happened to him? He disappeared. He vaporized. He just evaporated.
Friend request incoming.
What do you think is that in there?
We've got a friend request.
She sounds so excited.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. Friend request incoming. Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
Is that what we're going to call these now? Friend requests?
We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Have a great day.
Friend request incoming. We've got a friend request. Aw, you've got a friend request incoming. We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
How many friend requests can a man get?
We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming.
Jacob
Aw,
Stubbins.
You've got a request incoming.
Jacob Stubbins, thank you very much for your 10-pounder, man. I appreciate that.
Friend request incoming.
This is unbelievable.
We've got a friend request.
Was there a purple tack back there? Why do I feel like there was?
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. Friend request incoming.
This is unreal. Are you guys just...
We've got a friend request.
Like, how is this even possible?
Aw, you've got a friend request.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care that I've got a friend request. Okay, chat? I don't care. 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 I don't care.
We've got a friend request.
I'm gonna literally ignore every single friend request that's coming in right now. It's just not gonna happen. What's up, Dismo? I love you, man. Dismo,
Friend
please.
request incoming.
Do something to not make me rage right now. Forgot you can't pick up 3 of those.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming. Aw, you've got a friend request incoming. We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. We've got a friend
Tricked.
request.
I don't even know who that is up there, and I already hate him.
Friend request incoming.
That guy wants to die in a hole, doesn't he? That guy wants to die in a hole, alone, all by himself.
Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
Henis!
Hashtag tricked.
We've got a friend request. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
No!
Friend request incoming. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. We've got a friend request.
Hey Henis, I'm getting a gaming PC, and when I do, can you play with me on Fortnite Plus?
I'm sorry, I'm ignoring everything right now, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to focus. Thank you very much to friend request incoming for the $1.11. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Dismo, for your donation. I love you, my good sir. Better here? No. Okay. Guess we're moving. Ooh. Thank you very much, friend request incoming. Jacob Stubbins for the £2. Let's go. Worry about that guy in a second. Holy crap, somebody just got melted over here. Well, there's only 3 guys left.
Aw, you've got a friend request incoming. Friend request incoming. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. We've got a friend request. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Whoever is sending these friend requests, I hope you fall down the furthest pit in the middle of the earth. Like, I hope a sinkhole just next time you go outside, you're going grocery shopping, when you're least expecting it. I want just the ground to open up underneath you, and I want you to fall straight through. Whoever the hell you are, I hope you fall to the earth and die in lava. Unironically. GG's. I'm a Go Gamer. Could you please check out my channel? Please don't self-promote in my chat. Congratulations, though, on being a Go Gamer. That's great. I'm not trying to be mean. Just, you know, just don't like it when people self-promote. Who is this guy? God, I have no idea. Who is this guy? I have 127 friend requests.
Aw, you've got a friend request.
Wait a minute, Dismo definitely unfriended me, didn't he? No, he's still friends with me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You unleashed my inner school shooter? No, dude, that's terrible. What's up, Joseph? How you doing, man? Look at those shifty shafts.
Friend request incoming.
If you guys have not dropped a like in the stream yet, please make sure you do that. I would really, really appreciate it. It does help me out a lot. On the road to 243,700 subscribers. Well, someone's mad. Who, dude? Who's mad?
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
It's not me, that's for sure. I'm definitely not mad. What, are you mad, bruh? Are you mad? No, what?
We've got a friend request incoming.
How did we just hear 2 Qs at once? That's not how that's supposed to work.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Shut.
We've got a friend request. Friend request incoming. We've got a friend request. Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
What do I think of the new areas? Rain Man, I like them a lot, man. I like them a lot. I really, really do. I think they're actually really, really nice. I think they added them, implemented them in a pretty cool way.
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends. Friend request incoming.
Why did they add this? Why on earth would they ever have added this?
Aw, cool. Someone wants to be friends.
Turn it off? How? Do you know how? Do you know how to turn this off? think we made it go away. It's just silence now. It's just silence. We did it, man. Just peace and quiet. Just me and Fortnite. Billiard types in all caps. Friend request incoming. We'll find out really quick. Yeah. Pretty sure we turned it off though. Thank God. Holy Lord. I'm gonna tweet at Epic Games. Like, have that on by default. I'll tweet that at them later. Aw, someone wants to be friends. Friend request incoming. Aw, someone wants to be friends. Aw, someone wants to be friends. Aw, someone wants to be friends. I don't want to be friends with you. I don't want to be friends with you. Imagine if somebody said that to you in real life. Aw, somebody wants to be friends. Like, if you walk up to somebody and you, like, I don't know, you went out to lunch together or something, had a good time, got to know each other a little bit, and right before you leave, the person looks you in the eye and says, aw, someone wants to be friends. Like, you're not going to be friends with that person. Who thought that that would be a good audio cue to use? That doesn't make any sense to me. Destroy the whole kitchen. A sick place to put that. Absolutely obliterated. No, stop that. Where are you? What's up, Daniel? Will this be a chicken dinner? I don't know, man. Hopefully. Went all the way up top. What's up, Fusion? How you doing today, man? What's up, Swaggy Donut? That's probably what we should have done. What's up, Exit Clutch? Henis, this is my first time on your stream, and I'm watching you. Good luck. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Why is Fortnite so laggy and glitchy on my Mac? I don't really... Well, first of all, I'm actually surprised to hear that they even have the game for Mac. Is that a new thing? Definitely not, right? They've had it for Mac for a while, I'm pretty sure. I'm just a little stupid, I guess. Yo, am I late? Cormac, no, you're fine, man. I need an answer. Can you get, you can get... Wait, I need an answer. Can you get the offer which gives you 10 tiers of the Battle Royale mode, which you can get it multiple times? No, you can't buy it more than once. You can only buy it once. I already purchased it. What's up, Minecraft Gamer? No chicken dinner, Malik. No chicken dinner that time, man.
OFFF.
OFFF. Oof. Or off. Thank you very much, Jacob, for the 2. I do appreciate it, man. I said I was going to check whether or not you guys were on the top 10. You and Nighty. I'll have to check after this. You guys will have to remind me, though, because I'm more than likely forget. But seriously, you guys' support has been insane. I'm going to go to... Actually, I'm going to go to Lonely. Straight to Lonely Lodge. Retarded Potato says, I'm sick and your streams cheer me up. Hey, yo, happy to hear that, man. Happy to hear that. Yo, you into the HD, what's up, man? Why you so bad? Yo, Callum, why you so mean, man? Callum just hates me. Yet he's a sponsor of the channel. Mind blown, you know what I'm saying? Alright, maybe 3 chests here? Possibly?
I think he left.
3 chests here. That's fantastic. Celebrate good times. Come on. Do 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 do. I might as well. Actually, I'll just keep that. I'd have that pistol, to be honest with you. Alright, here we go, guys. Let's get a W right here. Right here. Right now. Going for 3rd win of the day. Thought that butterfly was a person running. Butterflies in this game are very confusing. Let's get it. What's up, Rewind Express? Why is the screen only black? Because you're trolling me. You should have seen the look on my face. Ooh. We'll gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song. Ugh. Henis, don't abuse the chests like that. The hell's wrong with you? How you doing today, Leroy? Gonna say one of these times, man, we're gonna get a potion or a mini shield. Brandon, it's 4 o'clock in Ireland. 4 p.m. where you guys are? Damn. Yeah, it's what time is it for me? 10:54 in the morning. 10:54 a.m. Looking pretty good. Henis, can you open the map for me? Yeah, Aiden, I got you, man. Right there. That's what we're dealing with. Looking pretty nice, if you ask me. Spike Games, thank you very much for this like and the sub, man. I appreciate it. A lot of ammo. Places, sheesh. Could use it. Yeah. Wish we had a sniper and a better AR, but actually attack shotgun too would have been nice, but it is what it is. Little gunfight going on over here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Somebody's about to get flanked. Friggity flanked. Let's quickly run through here. No need. You got enough. I'm just gonna go right on top of this mountain. Sick map. Yeah, the map looks really nice. I like it too. Thought those were nades. That felt nice. With the pump. That's why I'm keeping it. Was there a blue AR? There's a blue AR back there? Alright. I didn't even notice. Thank you, chat! Oh, thank you. That's why it pays to have you guys always paying attention. Oh, kumbaya! Kumbaya. Here we go. Hey, is that the blue AR you guys were talking about? No, Henis, that wasn't the one. Really? Notice how he still has shield. Oh, my Lanta. Notification squad. Why do I see a sponsor without mod? Sponsors are just sponsors to the channel, man. Not every single sponsor is a mod. Sometimes they get similar permissions in the chat, but they don't have yeah, they're not mods. Mods are higher up than sponsors are. Was there a green pump? Oh, thank God I got you guys here, man. What would I be doing right now? I'd probably be dead. Actually, no, you guys. Every single time you guys have brought me back here, which has only been once, gotten ourselves thrown into another gunfight. There's a green tack. Is that what you guys meant? What's this guy right
Green
here?
pump.
Got it. What's up, Cormac O'Donovan? How you doing today, my man? Thank you very much, Jacob Stubbins, for the donation to let me know that I missed a green pump. I appreciate that, my good sir. Thank you. You should call the green pump little pump. I get it. That's a good one, my dude. We have over 600 wood. I like that a lot. I like that a lot, actually. Alright, let's check over here. Lots of building up there. Okie dokie, okie dokie. We are in the safe zone. Yo, thank you very much for all the new subscribers, guys. If you're new to the channel, make sure you do subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Your name will appear in the lower right-hand corner when you do subscribe to the channel. What you coins do? So, Max, you earn 10 coins every 10 minutes you watch the stream, unless you're a sponsor. If you're a sponsor, then you earn 20 coins every 10 minutes you watch the stream. And then you can use those coins to enter into massive giveaways that I do at the end of every single month, where we give away gift cards, we give away V-Bucks. We're going to be doing our very first V-Buck giveaway at the end of this month. We give away GFuel, we give away my merch, bunch of cool stuff. And the way you enter into those giveaways is by buying entries using the coins. So it's a way for me to reward the people that watch me the most, essentially, or in a sponsor case, support me the most. If you're interested in learning more about how to become a sponsor, links in the description. I'm putting that away, retiring this for that. That is literally my biggest fear. Is choking an easy kill like that with a green pump. How do you sponsor? There's a link in the description down below, my man. It's sponsor.prohenis.com. When you click the link, it will redirect you to my YouTube gaming stream, where you can then click the pretty green sponsor button. That gunfight should not have been as close as it was. But it was. I'm running out of the safe zone. I just realized that. Are you freaking serious, mate? I didn't even hear a shot. What did I just get hit by? Was that a bow and arrow? I have no idea. We gotta go this way anyways. I'm not even gonna worry about it. Whoa! A little bit of lag right there. How you doing today, Ocean the Best? Welcome to the stream, my man. Just woke up, lol. Hey, what's up, Missy? Welcome to the stream. This will be our third win, right, if we win this one? Notice how there's a dude just chilling right here. I don't know if you guys see him or not. It's right here by the corner of the cabin. He is not AFK, and he is running around with a pickaxe. It's a scar. Sounds like 3 people over here or something. There's a dude up there too. Really? Okay. How do you sponsor Spike? There's a link in the description down below, my man, if you want to sponsor the channel. We have 109 sponsors, guys, so the next sponsor will be our 110th sponsor, which is just crazy to think about. Let's get it. I like that we have 2 jump pads. That's really nice. Let's go up and try to get this guy from behind. 5 people left. See if we can get it. I don't know if he's in the safe zone or not. More shield. Yep. What's up, Spit J? How you doing today, man? What's up, DJ Savvy? I was hoping once he was healing in there that we would be able to get him, but rip in the chat. How you doing today, Exalt Clutch? What's up, Jack Messel? Welcome to the stream, my man. What's up, Cormac? What's up, Guy? What's up, Jack? What's up, Spooky? How you doing today, Mechanic? I'm still here. Hell yeah, Dino. Hell yeah, man. We've almost been live for 4 hours. God damn. God damn. What's up, CBS Shark? What's up, Guy? We're on that grind, my man. How you doing today, Turtleneck? What's up, Timmy? Is cool. How you doing today, my man? I need a rage emoji. Hence, I came just in time. What's up, Infinity? Need a rage emoji face. What a pleasant. What's up, Ben Campbell? What's up, Infinity? How you doing today, V-Boss? Yo, what's up, VDF Twitch? How you doing today, my man? Another chest somewhere. Up in the ceiling, I'm guessing. I hear one outside, too. I should do a squad fill. That'd be very interesting if I did do a squad fill, wouldn't it? I guess we're just gonna leave that, actually. I forgot to check if there was anything in here. I didn't hear anything, but... What's up, Joey? How you doing today, my man? Ooh. Hell yeah, I'll take those. Aw, no chest in here? That's just rude. Here we go, boys. You left a med kit? Did I actually leave a med kit? I think I did. Oh, I'm gonna take fall damage. Oh no, thank God. Because I landed on that little bush. Probably not. If only that had anti-fall damage powers, though. Did nobody land here? Like, for real? Well, I guess this will work out in our favor, then. Somebody landed here. I hear him. What? When I grow up, I want to be just like ProBot. Me too, man. Me too. ProBot's such an inspiration to so many. Such an amazing individual. Works so hard. Relentlessly. Doesn't ask for anything in return, ever. What a nice guy. Well, 1 kill. We've had worse starts, that's for sure. What's up, Henis? Yo, how you doing today, Andrew? Welcome to the stream, my man. Appreciate you coming in. I hate the sound of those TVs. So obnoxious. Way too much loot around here. Way too much loot for one man. The wealth must be shared. I'm dead. 12 HP. Rip in the chat. God damn it, man. I'm playing like complete butt cheeks now. Then again, I always play like complete butt cheeks, don't I? What's up, Aspis? How you doing today, Cormac? Welcome to the stream. Alright, we're probably only going to do like a couple more games, guys. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. I'll probably do another stream this afternoon. I want to land at one of the new places, though, and then actually go on to get a win. Hayden today, Nex. Welcome to the stream, my man. What's up, Miriam? Zombies later? It's possible, but unlikely. Hey, Henis, what's up, Andrew? Let's go to Tilted. Are the new locations out now? Yes, they are, my good sir. They are indeed. What's up, Thunderbolt Gaming? How you doing today, man? Big old map update, boys.
New.
No. Why, man? Why can't I? You don't want me to end the stream, or you don't want me to not do zombies?
Am I in the
That's fine.
top donations?
Jacob Stebbins, I don't know yet, bro. I keep forgetting to check, man, to be honest with you. I hear a chest.
Don't end the stream.
That's what you're saying. You don't want me to end the stream. Oh. Oh, that was nice. I think that's actually below me. That's just an outside wall. Let's see what's in here. Here we go. Okay, now we're good. Woo! As long as we don't die in the next 5 seconds, I'm gonna be happy. Potion in there. Delta Towers is a big place. My god. Freaking serious, Henis. Can't tell if that's below me or above me. I heard him outside. Nope. How?
Whack out and put a trap.
Watch how to put a trap. Yeah, I noticed that, man. Thank you.
Autocorrect.
Sorry, man. I'm just really concentrating right now. Be kidding me. What's up, Hunter? How you doing today, man? What's up, Eric? Man. All right, guys, we're going to do one more game. We're gonna go do one more game. What's up, Jalen? How you doing today, my man? Did I miss anything, Sean? We've only got 2 wins today, man. So, nothing real special.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon.
Hey, yo, Fusion just became a sponsor, my man. We got 110 sponsors now, guys. That's crazy. Thank you very much for that. You guys are dope. 110 sponsors. What the hell is going on? Thank you guys for all the support, though. I really, really appreciate it. Yo, let's get some Fusion love in the chat. Fusion, you're an absolute legend, my guy. Sponsor hype, sponsor love for the man. What's up, Savage Demon? What's up, Nightmare? What's up, the one and only? Big shot, the one and only. Man's not hot. Henis, I skipped school just to watch your stream? Why would you do that, man? No, I know, guys. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for over 4 hours as of right now. It's just, you know, it's just a lot. It's just a lot, man. It's just a lot.
Am I in the top donation?
Jacob, I'll check after this, man, all right? I'll check after this. Before I end the stream, brother, all right? Horrible land. Horrible landing. Oh, wow. That's a really nice spot. Top of the clock tower, though. Damn. Thank the Lord, dude. Thank you. Here we go. Heal ourselves up. What's up, Donovan? How you doing today, man? I love your videos, brother. Keep up the great work. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you drop a like, subscribe as well if you're new. Would really appreciate it. Hey, how you doing today, T-Rock the Gamer? I do remember you, man. Just got a shotgun, man, so we gotta be careful. Oof. Okay. What's up, Jace? How you doing today, man? Yeah, the update's out, brother. The update is out. Officially. I spy with my little eye medkit. Whew. Thought there was going to be a guy right there. I was about to freak out. Henis, how do I change my circle profile picture? I think pretty sure you do it through your Google Plus account, man. I don't know the exact specifics, to be honest with you, because it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure somewhere in your settings you just click on it. And it should give you an option to change it. It should bring you to your Google Plus profile. I'm pretty sure. Thank the Heavenly Father. I will more than likely die up here, though, because I don't have any bandages. No! I didn't mean to jump off. I did not 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 mean to jump off. All right, guys, that's where we're going to go ahead and end the stream, though. God damn it, man. He had a sniper. The movement there just completely messed me up. RIPs in the chat. RIPs. That was not my intent. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and out though. Really do appreciate all the support. You guys were awesome. I am gonna more than likely do another afternoon stream, so hopefully you guys will tune in for that. That'll probably start in about 5 hours or so. Would be my guess. Hopefully to see you guys. Hopefully I'll see you guys there. This is gonna be time to maybe like work on a video behind the scenes or maybe public a couple of zombies stuff. Would be my guess. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you all very much for the love. I gotta go check Jacob Stubbins' status for his donations. And then I'm also going to go ahead and do a raid here. We're going to go ahead and do a raid. So let me go to broadcasting. We're going to go to stream labels, all-time super chatters. Let's see if Jacob Stubbins is on here. Jacob Stubbins, you are officially now on the top 10. Unfortunately, your significant other, Nighty, is not. But Jacob Stubbins, you are in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position. So you pass out Wesley, Solution, and Deborah. Congratulations to you, Jacob Stubbins. Thank you very much for your support, man. Too. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I'll make sure to update that so that's all ready for the next stream. And let's go ahead and do a raid. I subbed and I'm getting notifications. Hey, that's what I like to hear, bro. That's what I like to hear, man. All right. I did it, but it won't change. It does take a little while to change, man. It does definitely take a little while to change. All right, where do we want to head right now? Where do we want to head? Let's go to live. And we're going to go to Fortnite. And let's see what's up. Let's see who's popping. Let's see what's happening. Who do we want to raid here? Oh, Cruiser's live? Damn, Cruiser, the man, the myth, the legend. HJ Dugan. We're going to go ahead and give my man HJ Dugan a raid, guys, all right? I'm going to post this link in the chat. I want all of you guys to go over to HJ Dugan's stream and just spam hashtag Henis raid, all right? Show the man some love. I would really appreciate it. You guys know Dugan. If you don't, you should. He's an amazing guy.
There's a whole nother hanger over here.
Definitely deserves a whole lot of support. He's a dope dude.
Chest in the back.
I got to get my chat, though.
Very good loot. Jesus.
All right, I'm going to go to mute
gold
that.
And the rest blues.
All right. Pop out chat.
Any more things about?
Post this link. All right, guys, here's the link. Everybody go over to his stream. Type hashtag Henis raid. I would really appreciate it. Go show the man some love. Hopefully, we can get a good reaction out of him. Make sure you guys subscribe to Dugan as well. He's a really awesome guy.
No one here as well, which is good.
Really awesome guy.
Smoke grenade. Get this rocket ammo. And we'll check this place. Decent loot, yeah. Oh, I hear another.
Hashtag Henis raid. Oop.
Ah, this place got like how many?
Hashtag Henis raid in the chat, guys. Make sure you go show him some love.
At least, oh my god, another one there. There's at least 6 or 5 chests. Got a golden scar. Got a sniper. We just got a sniper out of that one. Take that slur. Oh no, we need an AR. Fuck it, we'll drink.
He's even notice? Go show him some love, guys. 7 kills, level 19.
There's a shotty down there. Make sure there's nothing lurking. That's actually pretty decent. Not too bad. Henis raid? No way is Henis raid.
There we go. There we
Henis
go.
Yo, Henis, if you're in a stream, I appreciate it highly, brother.
I love you, man.
We have been doing for a Fortnite noob. We've been doing some crazy things, man. Hasn't even noticed yet. Sorry, I was just hyped on the loot. Yo, welcome everyone to the Henis raid. ProHenis, I appreciate it, my friend. I appreciate it.
Definitely show him some love, guys. I would really appreciate it.
Quick disclaimer, quick warning. I'm not very good at this game. I've had some nice plays. We've only had 1 win on the stream, and I've been live for 3 hours, so I respect it. Yo, Henis, appreciate it, my dude. So yeah, if you cringe in some of the things you see, you just gotta let me be, alright? You just gotta let me be. But right now we're gonna bomb.
Oh, he's gonna get this guy
for the Henis raid, and we're gonna hit him in the face with a shotgun. It's gonna hurt. What's going on, brother?
Oh, Dugan. Oh, thank God.
I nearly choked it. See what I mean? I did warn you guys.
That's so good. All right, guys. I'm going to head out. That was a good play. Good play. GG's. I'm going to head out, guys. Like I said, I'll hopefully be live again this afternoon. Thank you very much for all the love. I'll see you guys then. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitter. Have me out on that Snapchat, and I'll see you guys in about 5 hours or so, maybe 4 hours. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool.